Hello, everyone. We are back. The audio should be fixed. Hey, Jackie Dash, how are you today?
I'm fantastic. It's Sunday. I gotta put my wig on. I gotta get all made up. So I'm feeling honestly feisty. I'm ready to go.
I'm pretty feisty.
Got a bag full of bricks.
Hey, hi everyone out there in the audience. It is great to see you all. This is Tales from the Foxhole presenting Cthulhu Confidential by Pelgrane Press, which is a one-player, one GM Cthulhu Noir game. And we had a little bit of technical difficulties. We might have more depending, but hopefully everyone's internet will be good, right? I'm thinking it.
Fingers crossed.
Fingers crossed. This is the place. Here we are together. I recommend Cthulhu Confidential as a system. It's fun. And as Paladin Hulk says, you should not confuse Tales from the Foxhole with Tales from the Loop. They're just a little different. Although I suppose there's Cthulhu in both, or at least just a little. Here's what we're doing. This is part 2 of our adventure. And I want to let you know that we have, if you want to, you can support us on Patreon. And the Patreon goes to pay for our cast and our artist and our musicians and all of that stuff. For RPGs so that people can be paid for their labor. Because that is important if you can. Let me see. And you can find me. I'm Trooper SJP. I run here, and you can find me other places. But most importantly, I think.
Oh, stop.
Oh,
Equally
yes.
important.
Oh, yes. You know what's happening right now. You know.
I get it. I've been around a show once or twice.
I want to introduce, and I'm going to just say this. This is like really, really important. One GM and one player is a really unique experience. And when I actually throw over to the person, this way,
That's right.
Yeah. When I actually throw over, I just want to emphasize that this is really intense. Like doing one player, one GM is a kind of an intense experience. It's very cool because, as a GM, I'm doing my thing, but as a player, you have no one else to fall back on. It is just you. You can talk to your NPC friends and you can do stuff, but this is all you. And it's I think it's kind of an intense experience, and it's somebody special and awesome who can just do it and do it as well as they do and be such a great partner, especially, in these moments. And so I want to give a big thanks and a lot of excitement to the person who will be playing our intrepid investigator, Vivian Sinclair, today. Let me throw it over for the intros and all of the thoughts to the best, the dashiest of all Jackies.
Hi, I'm Jackie Dash, J-A-K-I-D-A-S-H. Got it. I love it. Legitimately, just more sounds, please. So I do RPGs, usually player, sometimes GM, and I'm actually really excited. I like the idea of unrolling a mystery through a game. And what's very, very cool about the Cthulhu Confidential system, which is also the Gumshoe system, is that you don't have to roll to get clues. Sometimes that's really like when you're a player and sometimes the rolls aren't in your favor. And so you miss out on these huge pieces. And so what's great about this system, and also Trooper, is that there's so many ways to get clues, and then you can piece together that story, because the story isn't about tricking you. We're not trying to Games of Thrones the end to shock you. We're trying to figure out the story together. So if you have your own notebook, we're going to go through the plot from last episode, and then we're gonna hopefully solve this mystery together. And I just want to say thank you for inviting me. This is the second time we're going through as Vivian Sinclair, because she didn't die yet, so there's more mysteries to unravel.
Not yet. So let's talk about what happened. Last time on Cthulhu Confidential. Get our good 30s radio voice in.
I love it.
So let me ask you. Also, we have I don't know. This is also on YouTube. We keep this up on YouTube.
Yes.
And there are a bunch of people who are watching us on YouTube. Hey, YouTubers. And there were a couple of questions that some people had that I thought I should also ask you as well. But why don't you tell me about your Vivian, where you are, and what is happening?
Right. So if you were all the way back in the first portion of Vivian Sinclair, there was a mystery, electronics that could speak to the dead. But what we learned is those radio waves actually summoned Cthulhu-style monsters. Shargoths? I don't remember the name.
They were. Well, yes.
They had jellyfish. They had tentacles. Yes. Some really, really cool people had to get murdered, and had to specifically get murdered for the story.
If you don't mind me asking, there was a question on YouTube about this.
Mm-hmm.
So when Charlie, the cool electrician woman, got murdered in front of your face while you were in hiding and taking photographs of the whole thing for the story. Afterwards, you wrote this beautiful obituary, and somebody on YouTube wanted to know, and I want to know: do you ever have nightmares about that?
I think it's more of, do you ever have a restful night's sleep rather than do you ever have nightmares? Because I think before Vivian could sleep off a couple different cases. However, I think when you peel back what happened with that particular story, you start to open up what were all the other things that happened. Because while New York is interesting and fast, when you start to see the underbelly of this monster that could be lurking within or beneath, you start to realize, is anything else normal? So it's more, does Vivian ever get good night's sleep? And she says yes, and there's always a cup of coffee. So
how much sleep is she getting?
I think she's not going to get a lot of sleep tonight. I think she sleeps better when she does stay the night, or when she stays the night at a gentleman's house. She is in a on and off relationship, and right now it's off. So I would say there's a little bit more concealer on in the last couple of weeks, especially when going to this place.
So you have this sort of on-again off relationship with Joe O'Connor, who as a police detective, and he's sort of like he's a good cop, sometimes gets in trouble, but he's worked a lot of corruption, and you two are both very career-driven. If I remember correctly, you are not married.
We are not married.
And you are not 20.
I am definitely not a spring daisy. I think she's still tries to act 20 sometimes, and it is not going well. She can't pull all-nighters anymore, and she's kind of getting tired of sharing an apartment.
Yeah, like you're what, 30?
Yeah. I think we're like really, really late 20s, early 30s.
Yeah. And it's funny, right? Because just like thinking about history in this moment, that generally speaking, if you were a single woman, you probably would be sharing an apartment with someone. Unless you were really wealthy, but it's the Depression. And so that is probably what you'd be doing, because it's actually sort of hard for women to sort of have their own stuff because sexism, unless you have a lot of money. If you have a lot of money, you can get around a lot of things. So, you're 30-ish, like right around there. You still have a roommate. Your roommate is not 30-ish. Your roommate is probably like 20.
No.
Yeah.
She still thinks she can make it in New York. So, she's young.
Yeah. PH says, I like that Vivian is treating as too old, yet she's younger than most people in chat. Yes.
I think it's more culture thinks Vivian is too old.
Yeah.
Like to be doing what she's doing, to still have a career, to not be married. I think society has decided Vivian is too old, where she still thinks she's not.
Because really you're not, but, right? People imagine that you'd probably quit this thing and this career thing. Right? Like
part of the reason I didn't get that promotion. Oh, you're going to quit this thing real soon. It's a matter of time till you find that gentleman fella.
And why would we make you an editor if you're just going to get married and leave? And you're like, but I'm
obviously not.
obviously
it's not working.
And our Vivian, there was an opening for an editor position, and the person that she trained got it, Larry Ames, instead of her, which is,
pretty rough.
Pretty rough. But our Vivian, who started off way back in the beginning of her career, sort of doing society pages and still every once in a while has to do something like that, also has made a name for herself as a real sort of a hard-charging investigative reporter in ways that surprise people. And why don't you tell us about the case that we are currently on? What is Vivian up to for those who missed last week?
Well, yeah. So Vivian has this lovely, lovely friend, basically child, named Maggie Rodriguez. And she used to be a newsie, and now she's working at this clip joint. And clip joints are kind of, and correct me if I don't have all the details. It's a bar, but the entire concept is there's these like hostesses who kind of just get you to spend a little bit more, run by the Italian mob. And so Vivian's entire concept is clip joints aren't bad for tourists. So, hey, other women, this is how to keep your boys in check. So it's more of a like, not exactly puff piece, because obviously Vivian doesn't do those all the time. It's more like an investigative look at what is clip joints. Are they bad? And no, because you don't tell anybody in the mob that what they're doing is bad.
Right, they don't
but
like that.
No. But you do let other people know, let's be wary of them if you like money.
Right. And for those in the audience who don't know really how clip joints work, because we still have them, and they're very hard to prosecute, actually, because what they're doing is not technically illegal. Technically. Yeah. So they'll do things like you'll go, and the thing is the hostesses, people, they tend to pretend like they don't work there, right? So they don't officially work there. They're just like, oh, I just happen to be here. Why don't you get me a glass of champagne? And what you don't realize is that you have like the bar will have a 3-bottle minimum, and each of the bottles will cost like $350. They just don't mention that. So you have a glass of champagne, and then you go to get your bill to leave, and it's $1,000, and you have to pay it.
You should have read the fine print that was underneath this napkin.
And of course, because it's a mob joint, if you say something like, "Hey, I didn't order those 3 bottles of champagne," the security, of which there's a lot, will come out, and they will make sure you pay what you owe them. And then also in this particular place where we're at, the Fantasia Lounge, which is the name of the clip joint, the women, they're getting watered down drinks. The fellas are not. And the women, once they've done their job, they're going to get like a 5% of whatever the mark spends. They'll just leave. They'll like slip in through a back door, and the guys will be left there with no gal, because the gal's not going home with them, and a huge bill, and mobsters being like, you need to pay up now, right? So our Vivian is undercover as Betty Botson.
Alliteration is key. It sells stories.
It does.
Though she probably won't use it, because then they're going to know, this is the person who did it. So she's met a couple of the other girls who work. So we have Maggie, who goes by Peaches. We got Lulu and Dixie, who are kind of the mother hens. They'll protect their own. Really appreciate them. Been at this place for a little bit. We have Vera, who's the actress. She's playing the a like French young widower is what I have it as.
So like worldly, sophisticated.
Yeah, I'm grieving over my husband. Yes. But lounging.
Yes.
And then Shirley, who's got a story that nobody wants to know. She's like pining sadly looking at this locket, and we're like, enough of that. So those are the girls who are working here. And the Vivian's first night of investigation got cut short because, which she did pass, by the way. She did fine. Sailors, we had a great time.
Yes.
So
the stories are a little gruesome. People didn't drink as much as they could have, but it's all right. So
what happened is Vivian had to get like tested to see if she could dance by Tony, the heartthrob second hand to the one who owns this joint,
Mm-hmm.
who is Sal. And Tony flirts, and his wife is also the singer, and Vivian held her own barely, and at the end of the night, he's found dead on the ground.
Oops.
Yeah, and it's a weird murder too, because it looks like his head was sliced clean off, but both sides are perfectly fine. It's not correct. So, and there's a bunch of goop, bunch of slime. So Vivian does what every good reporter does, which is pick up the goop with a napkin and make sure that singer gets out of here. And when she says out of here, I mean out of New York, out of here with whatever money she can, because Dominic, who's the son of Sal, who owns the place, is the accountant, and the books have been kind of altered, where a bunch of money is just being hidden. So this might be bad because there are some other mobs in the area who want a cut of this place.
And when you were you've met Dominic, he's
yucky.
Yes. What's a good word to describe him? Yucky. And he you searched his office, and you saw, besides the fact that he was clearly hiding some money from his dad, awkward.
Weird.
But that you got threatening notes. You got threatening notes. There were threatening notes in there from, it looks like, the Irish mob, because you're in Harlem, and Harlem, while sort of a predominantly black neighborhood, the mob that basically sort of runs Harlem is the Irish mob. Although clearly with an Italian mob joint in the neighborhood, the Italian mob is sort of moving in.
Yeah, which nobody likes.
I mean, the Italian mob likes it.
Yeah. Sorry, let me be more clear.
But the Irish mob sent notes, right, to the Italian mob saying, "Get out, or basically we will kill you." And one note said that we killed Mad Dog Cole. We'll kill you too if you don't get out. And you know a little bit about Mad Dog, but you'd have to go and sort of do some actual research. But the thing that you knew off the bat was that he was actually an Irish mobster.
Right, but he killed a kid on a hit.
And that was an accident. But he was like a very, reckless sort of hitman for the Irish mob. And he did some hit, and in the process of like spraying bullets everywhere, injured a bunch of kids and killed one of them. And he was then arrested, but got off. Just got off. And he later ended up dead. And that's all you can remember from like the news. You'd have to sort of actually check, because it wasn't your story.
It was like 10 years ago, right? It was a pretty far.
It was like three years ago or so.
Okay.
It was about 3 years ago, I would say. Yeah, that's about right. It was about 3 years ago. So it wasn't like super long ago, but it was it was not that long ago. But it wasn't that recent. It was about 3 years ago. And so you know that, and you know that you could probably get more information in the newspaper morgue about that.
Yeah, I just need to do some research there.
Yeah. Also, the relationship between the Irish and the Italian mob, you could probably find out more about that either from Joe, who you're currently not talking to a whole lot. He can give you the police end of that. But you also know a mobster from that last adventure, Marty, that you could maybe talk to.
Marty. Who works for Lucy?
Lucky Luciano.
There we go.
The head of the entire 5 families of the Italian mob. Like, he's one of the most important and powerful people in underground crime. Like, it's like, there it is.
I just feel like I need to keep that favor for later. Like, that's my concern, is if this all goes bad, I'm gonna need a favor.
You might do. That's true.
Yeah.
Now, when you talked to Nora, you learned a couple of things. There was after her husband was murdered, in that weird way. You did learn a couple of interesting things. You learned, for example, that she's an estate, right? She was an estate. She was talking a little bit too loudly in ways that maybe were not a good idea. But she was mad because she felt like this murder could have been prevented, perhaps. And that's like a little bit sort of unclear, but it seemed as if what you learned was that there were two men who were friends of Tony's who worked for Sal who had gone missing earlier. One of them like was heading towards the club, and I think both of them were heading towards the club at some point in time, and like one of them never made it home and one of them never arrived, but they were like supposed to drop things off to Tony and they just sort of went missing, and Sal assumed that they had stolen money from him and then split
because money's missing.
Yeah. Right, so like money's missing, so he figured, oh, these two guys just stole my money and then split, and if we find them, we'll kill them. But Nora said that she didn't think that Jimmy would actually split because he's married and has kids, so like he wouldn't just like get up and go. So she didn't buy it, and there's some kind of concern, and there is evidence that the money was missing. Although you feel like, oh, actually, I just think that Dominic took that money.
I think Dominic took that money.
so there were these two guys missing. So she thought that maybe other mobsters, got him, and she's upset about that somebody didn't do something. But then she thought that but she's like, she's in a bit of a state.
She's rightly sad right now.
Yeah. There was also a couple of other things that you learned from her that she had been thinking about trying to get a better, like a work at a better club, because she was sort of getting frustrated with the fact that her husband was having an affair with one of the women who worked here, who's also gone missing. And because also two women have gone missing, basically have not shown up for work. Right. Angela Millefiore, who sort of went missing like a week or so ago. And then Ellie Nussen, sort of like an older German woman, also like in her 30s, who sort of wore kind of a weird arty bracelet and like with mirrors, like a broken mirror, and was like sort of like an older woman, and she was having the affair with Tony, and she went missing last night, right? And she was the reason why that you got the job today. So within the last week, you had two guys go missing and maybe two women go missing in the last week. And Nora had also mentioned that that she went to talk to Oni Madden, who owns the Cotton Club, so who's also like a big Irish mobster. And she went to talk to him about getting an audition so maybe she could, sing at a better place in this crappy clip joint. And he was not interested at all until he found out that she worked at the Fantasia Lounge.
Right.
And then he was super interested.
Let me know about the architecture. How many people work there? It's not a big problem. Just curious.
Like, is there a back door? Like how much? What's your security like?
Exactly. And then there's also this random guy who is going after Ellie, and he's kind of gross, not yucky, but like creepy. Like doesn't follow the cues when it's time to pay up.
Yes. And he caused a big scene. He basically got burned, and he got really mad, and he threw a fit, and he had been basically stalking the club since then, trying to get a hold of Ellie, who is now missing. Oni Madden said that it would be that if Nora were interested, she should talk to his talent agent, Frenchie Demange, and that Frenchie would maybe talk to her about a job. So that was a thing. And you got this sort of creeper who was sort of stalking Ellie, and Ellie went missing. But also Ellie apparently, Nora found out that Ellie was having an affair. There was a big blow up, and in this fight, also just the night before, Ellie was like, yeah, enjoy your man while you can have him, while you still have him, in this sort of maybe implying that because Nora's going to get old. He's going
to leave.
Yeah,
so there's it just seems really messy.
It's messy. And then she also said, Nora said that Oni Madden was sort of obsessed with something called the Black Hand.
Right.
Which was some kind of, you'd heard something about it, but you'd have to sort of look it up. Like it sort of rings sort of a bell, some kind of an Italian thing. And all that seemed fine until the end of the night when there was a murder.
Just one.
Just good old Tony found dead right in front of the club with his head not attached to his body, but the wound sealed over just sealed, and then the goop everywhere. And you did a good job of getting Nora out of there, making sure she did not say too many things. Lulu and Dixie get the girls, they get them taken home. Everything is sort of being taken care of. Tony's body's on the kitchen table as everybody's sort of like trying to argue about what to do about this, because Tony's a big deal for this club, and having him murdered, for those who know the mob, he's a made man, and so having him murdered is a big blow. Like, that's,
you're not supposed to do this. Even if he made a mistake, you got to ask permission to murder him. So
yes,
somebody's breaking rules.
Somebody's breaking rules. And so there's a lot of high tension. And as Vivian left the club at the end of her night, being one of the last ones there, she walks out the back way into the club, and she is confronted with two simultaneous things. One, she hears an argument. Kids in the front of the club, she hears them sort of arguing about, like, oh, but I saw it. No, you didn't. Well, yes, I did. Like, some kind of like young, they're these sort of like delinquents that sort of hang out on the corner of the street like all the time, all night, and they're sort of arguing about what they saw or didn't see. They're the neighborhood kids. And then you saw him, the creeper. This man who is tall and thin, and he wears like a kind of a traveling salesman business suit, right? It's like a brown suit that is a little, it's kind of conservative, but it's not fancy. Do you know what I mean? Like, if
it could last a couple trips. It's nothing irreplaceable, but still looks nice. Like, no one's gonna say that this is the nicest looking suit, but like it holds up.
And it's also like it's also one of those things that if you saw him, you would, and he wanted to sell you a vacuum cleaner or whatever, you would invite him into your house because he's dressed well enough, but he's clearly not fancy. And he is sort of reedy, thin, sort of thinning hair, like mid-50s maybe.
Okay.
And you saw him at the end of the back alley, sort of looking to see who's coming out of the club. So if you've got the front of the club, and there's a little diner right a little bit down off the side where some of the women go to sort of have coffee and donuts and maybe eat after the end.
No
of their
boys
shift.
though.
No boys. So there's the front of the club where the people are arguing, and in the back, down the side of this alley, lurking, sort of standing, watching to see who comes in and out of this club, is this man with sort of piercing blue eyes. And when he saw you, he got a little spooked and began to move off. And that is where we will pick up episode 2 of A Howling Fog.
Because Vivian now has a choice. Interview these kids or interview creepy thin men. Vivian will do anything for a story, and both lead to her story. So I thought that could maybe lead me to what's the better decision. I'm alone. Joe is not nearby.
It's also the night.
It's nighttime. I think
I should add one detail. This is from you.
Yes.
You brought it up, and so I just want to make sure it's on the table. You said that Vivian has a gun.
But not with her.
But not with her.
Yes. I do want to point out.
That after all of the terribleness that happened last time, where somebody was using a machine to open up a rift in another dimension, and things came through and murdered people with teeth, a lot of teeth and tentacles, that Joe was like, I need to give you a gun. He doesn't really know what happened, but he knew that there was a serial killer and somebody almost got murdered. So he got you a gun that you could use safely, in terms of like, it's kind of off the books, but you don't have it with you. Instead, you have a purse with a brick in it.
My clutch of rocks. I have I have a big bag. It's got my normal brick, and then I have my clutch, which has a little bit of rocks in it. So regardless, I'm not going to be dual wielding them, but they're there. I think Vivian is going to go after the kids. I think Vivian knows both will lead to a story, but these kids I think might have seen the murder, which is going to be more interesting than following to be like, do you know what happened to Ellie? Because he might not.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm, mm-hmm. So you move out around the front of the club, and when you get to the front, it's quiet. Sort of late in the evening, probably later than the kids should be up, but they clearly are the kind of kids who stay out all night, do what they want. They've been around the block, these kids. But when you're out there, you see the front of this club, and you would imagine after a decapitation there would be blood everywhere. But you remember, of course, there was almost no blood at all on the ground. And maybe that was because the wound was sealed. Maybe it was because he was not killed here but moved here.
Right. We're not really sure because we don't know what happened.
You're not really sure. But it's that kind of weird emptiness. And the club itself, which should still be open because it wasn't... It's not 1 a.m. You know what I mean? It's probably 9 or 10, right?
It was an early night. This is
an early night.
Way earlier than Vivian anticipated.
Yeah, maybe around. It's probably around 10ish, actually, because then you stayed around and waited around. So it's probably like 10:30ish. It's like around there, and the sort of streets empty. There's been a weird mood, and you remembered, of course, that no cops came. That the beat cop who's in this neighborhood just didn't show up for that murder. And there's still no signs, and you don't hear any sirens. You know that there's a body in the kitchen and a bunch of really freaked out mobsters with pistols sort of in there trying to figure out what to do after this murder as you sort of stand there in the front of the street. And you have, you see these 3 kids. One is about 12 and the other 2 are about 14. So one's younger than the other one. And these 2, 14, 15, maybe the 2 older ones, they are sort of lounging. They're clearly like working kids in this neighborhood, right? And you're in this neighborhood and you are around, surrounded by these big 5-story brick buildings and apartment buildings, these sort of tenements. And they're wearing just sort of like caps. I mean, suppose they might look like newsies, but they're not. But that's kind of what kids wear.
All kids kind of dress like newsies because there's only one style of clothing, and it's newsy.
That's right. That is correct. It is newsy. And they're arguing with this younger kid who's about 10. And the kids you've got they look to you like the littlest kid, the smaller one. He looks a little freckled redhead. And the slightly older one looks like he could be African American or maybe like Puerto Rican. It's a little unclear. And then the other kid is also another black kid. So this little kind of group of them. And they're arguing and they're like, you didn't see anything. Why do you want to lie? You're not special. And then the younger one is like, he's just shaking his head and he's pointing up at the roof of the building across the street from the club. And he's like, no, I saw it. I did. And they're sort of arguing. And the older kids are just like, you don't know what you're talking about. Like they're kind of giving a bit of a hard time.
I think Vivian is going to walk up. And I'm assuming she's got enough money in her purse for like a cup of coffee, pie. I think it's bribery time. And she's gonna walk up and she's gonna like take like roll it up, maybe like I want it. What's the equivalent of like $5? Would it be like $1?
Oh no, I think $5 would be something like a quarter.
Okay, I'm gonna do that then, and I'm gonna like
a quarter's a lot of money.
Yeah, especially to kids, right? And I'm gonna throw up a quarter, and I'm gonna kind of like there's no way she's gonna be able to play with it with her fingers, but she's gonna like hold it out between 2 fingers, and she's gonna like kind of show it and be like, tell me more. And she's looking directly at the really little kid because I'm having this feeling that like this kid doesn't yet have that the world is safe aura on, and so might tell me more.
And all 3 of the kids see the quarter, and that's a lot of money, right? That's a lot of money, and they see that quarter, all of them, and they are like, and the older one's sort of like one of the older ones, the one that looks like he could be Puerto Rican, sort of steps up and kind of just steps a little bit in front of the smaller kid, not to protect him, but because you have money. And he's like, yeah, what do you want to know?
Not from you. I think, and I'm assuming that the child is he, right? I think he saw something. Wait, your turn.
And the older kid's like, yeah, but we see things. We see things all the time.
No, your turn. Respectable gentlemen wait their turns. I think she's gonna like throw that there because like, they're like 14, 15.
Yeah.
I think she's like hand on the hip, like, and then I think she's even, because this is a real kid, like young kid. So I think she's gonna like bend down and the like kind of like perching like a bird on the heels, but like and get out her notebook. It's like, tell me more. And so it's like directly at this kid.
And the little kid kind of, he sort of thinks about it. Like he's sort of trying to assess like the politics of like the older kids he hangs out with and then you with the money. And he sort of smiles a little bit and he goes, well, something happened. There was a murder.
Yeah.
And one of the old ones like, you work at that club. We see you go in and out. Well, today. And like, so clearly they're trying to prove that the older kids are still trying to prove that they got info. And the little one's like, there was a murder. And I saw it. And the older one's like, you didn't see anything.
Let's hear.
Well, I didn't see the murder itself. And the older kids sort of like laugh. They're like, yeah, we told you. We knew it. He didn't see nothing. He didn't see nothing. And then the little kid's like, yeah, but I saw something. I just didn't see the murder. And he looks at the quarter. I saw weird lights.
I think this is where like a chill runs up Vivian's face. She kind of knew this was going to be the thing, but now it's happening. Did you hear anything with that strange lights?
No, because they were far away. That's why I didn't see the murder, because I was looking at the lights. They were, and he points to the roof of the building across from the club. They were on the roof. They were flashing lights, and they were really strange. And they like, it was before the murder happened. It was before the murder. I was out here just waiting to see if somebody wanted a runner or anything, because I can deliver things real good. Like people want you to deliver stuff. I can deliver stuff. I'm really responsible, and I know all the places. And I was just out here waiting, and I was waiting, and then I saw these weird lights, and it's like, and they were up there, and it was like they were hypnotizing. Like I saw them, and they kind of like they hypnotized me, and I just remember that was there, and then I don't know how much time passed, but the next thing I knew, there was like a body on the street, and then people came out and they were screaming, but they were strange, and they were flashing lights on and like the other kids, the older teens, were like, stupid.
So, you know what? I actually have a skill for this. I have I have Cthulhu knowledge now, because I did a little bit of research, and I don't think she's gonna admit she did any research.
You don't do research on that.
No. So I'm gonna actually pull up my character sheet, and why is it not popping up, man? But I think I just get it for free, right?
Yeah, you just get it for free.
So tell me, do I recognize like weird lights as a summoning or like a portal dimension? Because I know there was kind of weird lights. There's flickering lights the last time.
So in the last one, you had problems with these flickering lights, which mostly seem to be about the electricity being drawn.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
But you do remember reading some accounts. It was something up in New England a little while ago, a couple of years ago. You remember? And it was just a weird thing. You know, I don't know what you were doing. I don't know why you've started doing what kind of ever research you're doing through the newspapers. I don't know how obsessive that is or what's happened, but somehow weird stories sort of somehow make it across your fingertips when you're doing your research.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's happening on purpose.
I think they're just pulling in. Like I think it's a little bit like, instead of just saying, "Oh yeah, it's a ghost story," like reading a little bit until it seems too real.
Do you save these weird stories at all?
I think there's a folder that is in the back of the drawer that Vivian looks at, like always just pops it in there, doesn't like look through. It's just they're all there.
And like you have this now sort of a bit of a clipping of just weird things. A lot of missing people, missing persons, and it's hard because it's the Depression. There are a lot of missing people.
Oh yeah.
Just all the time, but just sometimes some of them give you a bit of a different feeling. And you remember a story about reports of a weird, sickly green light out like after meteor showers up in New England, and it being accompanied by sort of like dying crops, and then like rapid aging, and like it seems as if this whole entire town died, and there wasn't much more of a follow-up on it, which you thought was strange, and you were like, I don't, and you'd you're like, I don't know, like I don't know what that is, but some sort of like, and people sort of talked about like a color, but those descriptions of light seem to be mostly focused on this strange color that seemed unhealthy and would drain people, and people would be sort of exhausted and tired. And it doesn't seem to be the same as this, but that's when you're thinking about strange lights. That's the kind of the story that you remember, but it doesn't seem to be the same description.
Right. Because Tony's still young and beautiful.
He is. He's still young and beautiful.
Even a corpse.
Mm-hmm.
So then, what is the building across? Because if the little child is pointing to this building, is it like an apartment? Is it like a factory? Is it somewhere I can go now?
It is an apartment building. It's a 5-story tenement apartment building, and it's like brick. And there's like, the fire escape on the side and the big central doorway. People could sit out on the stoop if they wanted to out front. And there's probably no elevator, of course. You probably have to walk up all the stairwells, right, to sort of walk this way up. And you've got like all of the windows out front, and sometimes there are little flower boxes. And this is like a very sort of standard New York tenement apartment buildings. And in this, and there's some of these 5-story buildings are like the largest buildings in this particular area. They're the tallest, and there's more than one of them here. There's like actually quite like this neighborhood here is kind of full of these apartment buildings, and there's also some commercial stuff. Like there are these clubs here and there. Like there's the Cotton Club a couple blocks over there, and there's some little bodegas and little places to buy food and whatnot. Small restaurants and diners. But this particular neighborhood is sort of dominated by like just all of these apartment buildings. And I imagine where you're from, you live in something that is probably nicer than these apartment buildings, but these types of buildings, probably full of working people, and you might hear, if you sort of crack your ear towards it, you might hear like somebody playing a record, or the radio. Because it's still a pretty decent time. Now it's getting kind of late, so maybe people shouldn't be up this late in an apartment building because there are probably some old people who live there. But
it's more being polite.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Is the fire like? Cool. think I got all I can from this kid. I think. And I think what I'm gonna do, because I see these like two kids who are kind of like, I don't want to say they're gonna take this kid's money as soon as I leave.
Yeah.
Like,
they probably will.
And so what I'm gonna do is I assume I have 2 or 3 nickels, and this by the way, I'm expensing all of this. This is all being expensed. This is all just for leads. I'm gonna take a couple of nickels out. I'm gonna give each of these kids a nickel and say, like, make sure this kid gets home. He shouldn't be out this late.
And they're like, thanks, lady. And
I think with that, I'm gonna walk away.
Not yet.
Oh, okay.
I have a present for you.
Oh, for me?
Yeah, I have a present for you. I'm gonna give you an edge.
Okay.
Here, for you.
I'm gonna enhance it. Oh,
Please
you're
do.
enhancing it. It looks like I'm gonna let this gift.
Will you
is
read
well
off
wrapped.
this edge that you have received?
Yeah, I can't remember how.
Z. Click on it and then hit Z.
All right. As long as you tip him, Riley, a boy of about 12 acts as an additional source for you in the general vicinity of the Fantasia Lounge and Cotton Club. Riley describes himself as in the numbers business. Streetwise knows he probably delivers bets and monies. Delivers bets and money, and does a general number of errands for Harlem's Numbers Racket, a popular underground lottery. Okay.
So these kids are the kind of kids, like, I mean, gambling's illegal. But people like to gamble. And I don't know, for those of you who are not, I don't know, from the 30s. No. Lotteries were actually illegal for a really long time. They only just got decriminalized, lotteries, recently.
Because they make the government a lot of money. Like, there's a reason.
Yes, and that's why they got decriminalized, because they make the government a lot of money. But before, they were not legal. And so, but people like to do them. And so you would do these, people would sort of hold lotteries basically underground, and kids would run around through the different apartment buildings. These kids probably know all the buildings, who lives there, or for the most part, or at least the people who are gambling. Sort of, they probably run in and out of all these places all the time, taking numbers, taking bets, then going off to the bookie, delivering the bets, and then delivering money. They're these kind of runners, these kids that are always on the know and in the scene, and sort of trying to figure out what's they're on the scene. These kids are, I mean, they're engaging in criminal activity, but they're just like, people want to gamble, and so they're
making money. Yeah. They're filling a necessity, and so knowing this, knowing they go to apartments, I think she's gonna like keep me in the know. If you see any more lights, can I get into that building?
And they point to that one. And the kid, one of the older kids, is like, yeah, I can take you. I can give you a tour.
I don't need a tour. I just need to get to the top.
And it's like, they've got their little shiny nickels, and they clearly, now you can tell that they have this money in their hand.
Yeah, they're like, I was paid.
Yes, like, they want to be very helpful, because they figure if they are, you might give them more, right? And
right.
and so like, yeah, getting in there's no problem. We can get you in.
Let's go.
And they sort of like walk ahead of you, but with that kind of lightness that kids have, where they're kind of trying to feel like, the younger one is just excited. He's a little bit bouncy, but the older ones are trying to go and like seem cool, but they're still very excited. But they're also looking back to make sure that you're following, because they don't want to lose you. And they head up to the front door of this apartment building. And that I'm sure would be like a security issue, like a problem. How are you
there would be like a key, or
Sure, except that they just opened the door. There is a lock on this apartment building, but it is busted, and it is just like they can just go in, no problem. This is not like your building has a lock that works, that you have to get a key to get into it. This one does not. This one is, and so yes, they're helping you get into the building. You could have just walked in yourself.
Okay.
But they're very excited to be your chaperone, as it is, and and like and the little one's like, I can show you where I saw it. I can show you.
Please do.
And the other two kids they're coming along, not just because it's now kind of exciting that like there's a kind of a glamorous woman from the club.
Yeah, there's like there's money.
Yeah. And like
it's an exciting thing. This is fine.
Right. And then as you're walking, they take you into this sort of right inside this building. As you walk in, it's got that kind of nice tile floor, and there's like the rack of what do you call them? Mailboxes, right?
Yeah.
On the side. And you've got, this is the place where you have like most of the neighborhood lives in these buildings in this space. And like the older one, the one who seems to be like the one who's like the boss, as it were, who probably does a little bit less of the running around. He's like, yeah, all sorts of people living here, and it's great. It's like a lot of places, and this is the mailboxes, and down there is where like the super lives. He's over there. He's not fun at all, but whatever. He also loses money all the time. And then like Riley's like, we gotta go upstairs. And they're like, yeah, I know. And then they start.
I think Vivian has nieces and nephews, so I think Vivian knows how to be like, let's go, like. And I think it's like a little bit of a role.
Yeah.
I don't think Vivian like has ever thought about kids, right? Like not even in the realm, because there's too many stories to tell.
Yeah.
But she's not bad with them. It's not like she doesn't like them. She's just different priorities.
And as you're walking, as they're bringing you up, and they're kind of giving this tour that is full of the kinds of things that kids find interesting, right? Like, yeah, and there's a kid down here, but he's really stinky, and he lives in that building. And they're like, as they're just taking up these floors, and as you're walking up these floors, you see the signs of life. Like you see at one point in time, sort of an older black woman. You know, she's probably 30.
We get it.
I'm just messing with you. Like with a bag of groceries, right? And she's sort of going into her apartment. You see a much older sort of Jewish man, sort of in, with the forelocks and the yarmulke, the kippah, and he's sort of also going in. People are sort of coming in for the evening at this moment, and people look at you, but they don't really see or say anything because you're with the kids, and so they figure it's fine. Like, you're being with these neighborhood kids, even though they've never seen you before, and you're looking kind of fancy. Nobody really asks because you're in the company of people from the neighborhood. Yeah. And you make your way all the way up to the top of this building. And it's this little stairwell, right, that would bring you up to the roof. And at the little top of this little stairwell, it's not a very long one. There's the door that would take you up onto the roof. And you know that these doors are usually locked. Like, well, I mean,
yeah. And I got a lockpick, so but even if they are, it's not gonna be locked.
If they were locked, you could probably pick the lock. However, the door is also just not locked. This entire building is just not a secure building at all. Anyone could probably just come in and out of here,
right?
And without much problem. And when you sort of come out onto the rooftop, you see it's kind of an amazing sight. Like, I mean, the rooftop itself, like, you just sort of open up the door, and the kids open the door for you, right? They open the door for you.
Very kind.
And when you come out there, the first thing that you notice is the haze of lights over the rooftops, just like the street lights, right? Like, it's like when you're up there, you can see the yellow street lights from the neighborhood. It's kind of beautiful because it's dark out. And over off to your left, you can kind of see the lights of the Cotton Club, because they have like those kind of like those spotlights they put up into the air to sort of advertise the place. And you can see like off there. You can't see the club very well from here, but you notice that there is like the lights from that place, and like it's this kind of, you can kind of see over the neighborhood all of these rooftops, and on this rooftop, you will see evidence of a life. There are these old abandoned pigeon coops up on this roof, where kids from, I don't know, a generation earlier would have kept them as pets and sort of like tried to train carrier pigeons, but probably failed at it, right? But like, you know, the ways, and like there's like, you know, pigeon dung on the ground of the roof, and you will have, you can see on a rooftop a little bit over the side a couple sort of sitting, you know, with their hands around each other, watching this, you know, watching the sky, and it's sort of like this sort of like a kind of an interesting and kind of quiet, serene sort of, the sounds of the city. You can hear cars and life, right? I mean, New York's always busy; it's always happening, and there's this sort of place up here on this roof. And as you look, you've got these chicken coops on your left, and on your right, you can kind of see, and on the left you'd see like the lights of the Cotton Club in the distance, and on the right, you know, you see, you can see the flash of the red neon sort of coming up from the street below where the Fantasia Lounge would be on that side.
I'm gonna go towards the edge so I can like try to get, where do you need to stand to look at the front? Just because if this is the area where they saw the lights, then I'm assuming this is actually where it all happened. Because why would Tony be up here to be murdered? Like, it's got to be here.
That's a good question. Why would he be up here if he were here? What kind of skill would you like to check this place out?
I think I'm going to be using my gathering, my evidence collecting. Like maybe there is candles or some sigil that's carved in, or scraps of books, or.
I like how that's how you're thinking. That's do you want to tell me why Vivian's thinking there might be sigils or candles? That's a weird place to go.
I just, it's funky lights. I also think that her friend Vivian has a friend who's into the occult, Stella. And Stella always does these like mood candles, and there's like, you know, she's talking about how she found this table that was, the underside is carved with ruins, and so she spent all a month's salary on it, and Stella only does seances on that table. Vivian still doesn't believe in what Stella does, but you know, she listens. They go to shows.
So you start using your reporter's eye, your keen eye, to check out this place. And maybe you're thinking there might be sigils or candles or something strange. And the kids are just like at your heels, just following you around as you're looking. They don't know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
And as you approach the roof, the edge of the roof, where you can sort of look down and see, and when you get to this edge, you can see the sidewalk right in front of the lounge perfectly. You have a perfect view of where that body was found. And on the rim, at the very edge of the rooftop, directly facing where Tony's body was found, you see a mess of that slimy substance all over the rim, just sort of slathered on it, fresh. And that's not all.
Okay.
It's not all. You see some smears of that slimy substance, not just on the rim of the edge. If you look and you notice, it actually sort of trails back towards the doorway. And there's actually, when you look back towards the doorway, you hadn't realized that you're walking towards, but now that you're sort of trailing back, you notice that there's actually a bunch of goop kind of in the shape of a body, as if they were making a snow angel in this goop. And if you look very closely, maybe with I don't know if you have a lighter. Oh, you're probably a smoker. You probably do.
I think I brought one because I like to smoke sometimes.
Just a couple of flecks of blood. Just a couple of flecks of blood, but again, not a lot. And if you follow this trail back, but it seems like there was a lot of this slime on the edge, and then in the middle, halfway between the door and the rim of this building, this sort of like weird, grotesque snow angel of an outline of a man's body. And if you follow that a little bit further back towards the door, you will realize, if you're bringing out your lighter, that you see something else. You see scratch marks on the doorknob. There are scratch marks like, I don't know, maybe somebody used a knife or claws, or I mean, I imagine most people would probably think, oh, a knife, right? Or like a spike. But I don't know how your thoughts are. Your thoughts sometimes, you've been thinking sigils, and you've been thinking candles, and maybe you're thinking claws. But there are these scratch marks on the doorknob on the outside of the door. And you notice also, in addition, some dark threads, threads, right? So like fabric, caught in the brick, right in that housing. Because like you've got the door, but the door is like in like a bit of a housing that was sort of like on top of the roof. Like there in the door, there's some dark threads that are sort of ripped or caught there. And also, you notice a strange burn mark. If you were looking for sigils or candles, you were looking for, maybe you were afraid to find it. Maybe you thought that maybe you would, but you hoped you wouldn't, but you did. You see, maybe you could, I don't know what you're thinking about the slime. I don't know if you're thinking that maybe that slime is nothing. I don't know how you're justifying that in your mind. But there's a burn mark right on the housing, right there where the door, and it's as if there was a flash of fire somehow that sort of left a burn right there by the door. And if you open the door and you look on the inside of this housing with your light now, you will notice that just inside the stairwell there are two things. One, a wedge that's just sort of sitting there, that looks like it has had a lot of force applied to it. The door itself opens inward, right? So if you were going to go...
Somebody put something out there, summoned it, then closed the door, put the wedge in. The thing tried to come in, but then instead went over.
And once you start thinking that way, you look at the sides of the doorway, and you can see that there has been, and you can see it in the wedge, and you can see it on the corners, somebody or something was clearly bashing at this door with great force. You can see the evidence of it still. These marks on this door, as if something were trying to get through this door, but it was wedged shut, and so it does not look as if it did. But there is this wedge, this evidence great pressure. When you look back on the outside, you can see that there's like some pounding, as if somebody pounding on it. And then, of course, this burn mark, and then these fabric, these threads that are that is like stuck in the door, and then this sort of the sign of this man's body in this slime. And the kids are just standing there, and they don't know what you see.
Right. They've never been to a crime scene. They don't know what to pick up. I think what Vivian's gonna do is she's gonna use her grown-up voice because she's talking to kids.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a kind of voice that you use when you're trying to let kids know that this is a serious time and not a fun time. Because I think Vivian talked with a fun time voice earlier with like nickels, quarters. I think Vivian is now not going to use the fun time voice and is gonna say, "Do not come anywhere near the Fantasia Lounge again. No, I am serious."
And the younger one, the one who said he saw sort of strange flashing lights right up here, right there by the edge, seems like he's okay with that. Like you're using, he's also younger, and so you're using your grown-up voice, and so he's, kind of serious about it. But
and the other ones have heard the grown-up voice before. They know what's going on.
Yeah. And the older one, that's the lead older one, is like, yeah, but we have a job to do.
Jobs are important, so are lives. Something's going down, and I'm not sure what. Where can I find you if I need something else? Don't stay at the Fantasia Lounge.
And you could tell that was right about what they were about to say. And like the older one is like, well, we hang out around. I mean, we have to be ready in case somebody needs something, to deliver stuff, numbers, notes. We got to be around. So we're here. We won't go in the lounge, but we got to be around.
Stay as far as you can away. And I think with that, I think she's gonna go to the door and she's gonna take the black threads with once again with maybe the same handkerchief, maybe a different handkerchief.
I imagine you probably have like a compact, and you have like, I imagine you have stuff in your purse, right? That you
stuff for evidence collection. And I think she's gonna pick those things up, and I think she's gonna like go. Like I think she's gonna like let the kids stay here. Like she's got what she needed.
Gonna follow you.
And I think she's gonna like leave the apartment. She's gonna use her normal walking speed. She's gonna go out. She's gonna take a breath, and then she's be like, "Keep safe. Keep safe. Keep in pairs. Don't daddle in the Fantasia Lounge." I think she's gonna go home. Like I think, well, she's gonna go a little bit far, and then she's gonna go find a payphone.
And as you sort of walk away, what you notice about these are little kids lingering is that the younger one, Riley, sort of pulls on like the jacket of one of the older ones, and they don't leave the area because it is their job to sort of be there in case people need things, but they move away from the Fantasia Lounge. They're no longer as close to it as they had been before. They're just like half a block down now. They're still in their neighborhood. So probably if their parents, who are probably in one of these apartment buildings all around, look out the window, they'll still see them, right? And know that they're still there. But they're not as close anymore to the lounge. And you just kind of notice them, kicking
I did the best.
Just a little bit
I get
farther
it.
away.
I get it.
Because, I mean, and you imagine, you've got nieces and nephews, and you look at this thing, that this is one of these things where the kids will be outside all night, parents look, and when it's too late, they'll say, okay, come back in. And as long as the parents see their kids on the street, they know things are fine. But they've clearly taken your words. They don't understand. Like, they saw the goop, but they don't know what it means, and they really didn't understand any of the other stuff. But you gave them money, and you seem serious, So they just sort of move a little bit down the way as
Okay.
you head off into the night. And
That's all I can ask for.
yeah, and it's not hard to find a payphone.
Yeah.
They're everywhere.
And I think I want to call Stella
Hmm.
because I think she's gonna know more than me about what's going on. Because I think this is, and I don't know, I personally don't think Vivian told Stella about what she saw that when she did that big crime, right? But I think if she brings it up of I'm doing a story, this is what somebody said they saw, like maybe.
And when you think about, there are probably some other people you might think about. Nettie is Nettie is your friend who does science, right?
Right. And so I was thinking to take the goo to her, but I think I don't need to know what the goo's made of. I think there's just a bunch of it. And so that's more like ectoplasmy. Like, look, I'm not gonna like get this analyzed to see if it's like rubber cement. Like, I know it's occult. So I'm gonna instead kind of give a call to Stella to try to be like, here's what I've heard the story is. What do you think it is?
And then the other person that you might want to think about, if not Nettie, is also Phil Lentz, the coroner.
Right.
He might also be able to do some analysis on that goop, or be able to tell you something about that as well. So those are like people, if you're thinking about like your kind of like your sciencey people, those are people who might be useful for you. But you make your call, and you call up, and it's kind of late, and many people might be asleep at this point in time. You're probably getting on like 11:30ish.
Yeah, I need to get home soon.
You do. It's late. And you're alone on the streets.
Shoot, I gotta write this article and get it out for the papers.
But
okay,
this is a mob neighborhood, so one positive thing about mob neighborhoods is that they're kind of safe, unless the mob is mad at you, in which case they become less safe. But if the mob is there's a little bit of a safety there because there's some mobster's grandma living in one of these buildings, and
right.
And so so with many people, like many people might be asleep at this point in time. However, it is Stella that you are calling.
Right.
And it like rings like 3 or 4 times. You have to wait a second, and then when the phone picks up, you hear the sounds of some big band jazz. You hear the sounds of people talking and chatting in the background, and like Stella's like, "Hello, how may I help you?"
Stella, I did not know you had something going on tonight. Otherwise, I wouldn't have given you a ring.
Oh, well, or you could have just come over. I'm having the most delightful little soiree. I've got about 7 or 8 people here right now. It's delightful. We're just about to do a Ouija board and do a little bit of a seance.
Maybe I'll come by at the end of this because I have a ghost story that I need to... Ooh. I'm just doing some research on for a puff piece.
Oh. Shh. What? You all do the seance without me. I know I'm central to the whole project of the seance, but you can do it. Just remember, just put your fingers in the Ouija board and then ask what the spirits will do for you. Go. I'm on the phone call with my friend. Ghost story, you were saying.
So I just want to know if you've heard of it before. And I think Vivian's going to put like this, like, isn't it funny? But I think deep down she's like, this is the worst. What is going on? I've been here before. And I think she's going to be like, so she's acting. And she's like, well, I went, so there's a big burn mark and claw marks and...
That doesn't sound like a ghost, my dear.
No, and then like here I thought ghost or monster because there's a big glop of slime that was just trailing everywhere, including a big pile of it. It looks like something was like wriggling in it like a human-sized
Oh,
thing. And then, oh my goodness, this is so funny.
wait, wait, is this really a thing or?
I mean, like somebody said it to me. And
Oh,
then
all
it's
right.
so funny. A body was, I guess, found, and it was cut clean in half, but not with like a knife. It looks like there was like skin just grew between the wound. So
Um,
like, and they're dead. And so I just want to know if you have any idea what I need to research for this puff piece. Everything's fine.
Vivian, this doesn't feel like. Wait a minute. I'm sorry. Hold on. Um, shh, Vivian. What is going on?
I think no, 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 no. I'm researching a murder.
Um, a murder that involves ghostly ectoplasm?
Unless you can think of anything else that's not a ghost.
Well, well, Vivian, as you know, I'm an expert in the occult. I've studied far and wide, and I know all about ghosts and things like that. So the first thing I would tell you is that it is true that sometimes there have been reports of ghosts manifesting with sort of like a slime that's called sort of like an ectoplasmic slime. It's often like a bit green, and sometimes it glows in the dark, as like a sort of coming from the beyond. Uh, but most ghosts are not corporeal, and they can't really murder you. They certainly couldn't cut you clean in half. That's not how ghosts works. Ghosts are spirits from the beyond. They speak to you from beyond the dead, and sometimes when they manifest, because of, well, you say really intense emotions sometimes can manifest ghosts, or what do you call it? If you have some sort of unfinished business, as if maybe you were murdered, or something like that might cause a ghost to, or maybe or maybe you drowned, or some such desperate thing, and so you might manifest and then like have ectoplasm. That sometimes does happen with ghosts, sort of like a glowing green sort of a thing. You should be able to see it. Sometimes it's blue, but ghosts cannot kill you. They might frighten you to death, or encourage you to leap off of a bridge or some such thing. Sometimes they can knock things off of walls. If they are particularly sort of poltergeisty, they can do that sort of thing. But cutting people in half is really not what ghosts do. Nor burn marks. I don't think. No, I don't think ghosts can burn people. I suppose it would be possible that a ghost could do something like, since they can kind of move small things, like maybe a ghost could turn up the gas in your burner, and maybe, I don't know, knock over a chair and cause your apartment to catch fire, perhaps. Something like that. But I don't.
So you're saying it was a regular murder. This is unusual of you to go to that, but I think Vivian sounds like a little relieved. Like, I can't be anything spooky.
Yeah. Well, I'm not saying there's not a ghost. I mean, it's entirely possible there is a ghost. What if, here's my thought, what if there was a regular murder and the murder caused the manifestation of a ghost? Like the ghost of who was murdered. Maybe the victim of the murdered person is now haunting the murderer.
Oh. And I think this entire conversation, like, Vivian's like, it was a regular murder. There's no need to be scared.
Mm-hmm.
Stella says it's not a ghost. I am just going back to that time I saw my friend Charlie get murdered by a completely normal thing.
There was a serial killer who got arrested and everything.
Right. Yep. So I'm so wrong. And I think Vivian's gonna like lean against the door of the or the glass wall of the phone booth, and it's gonna be like, well, this has been delightful.
Wait. There is another option that I have heard about. There is another power of the ghosts from beyond. They can possess bodies sometimes, I've heard. Not always. Many ghosts can't, but sometimes they can possess bodies. And what if this ghost of yours manifested, possessed a body, and then killed itself? No, that wouldn't make sense. Or maybe the ghost possessed... No. Well, I mean, there could be...
From the body.
Could you... So, I mean, I don't know, but maybe the ghost possessed the body, or possessed the killer, or possessed... Well, I don't know if that works. But it would be exciting, wouldn't it? If there were a ghost possessing people and causing them to... I don't... The logistics of the murder are a little bit unclear to me, so I'm not quite certain how the ghost would cut itself in half if it possessed a body, but... it can't do it by itself. Probably.
Yeah. No, you're so right. And thanks. I'm gonna go to my editor and just let them know that this isn't one of those real ghost stories. It's a hoax that somebody's trying to do it. So I'm so glad I called you, because you were, of course, going to let me know when it's real and when it's not.
Of course. I must tell you, hoaxes are the worst, because hoaxes ruin it for all of us who really do care about spiritualism.
Exactly, which is 100% a super real thing. And you really just need to, how is being a retainer, that conversation with your father being a retainer instead of a drafter, because you really just need to be ready for anything if it comes up.
I know. I just wish my father would stop making me go to work and just give me money.
I know.
Seems so unfair. So about this ectoplasm.
Yeah.
Does it glow?
Which is probably not real. And I think Vivian opens her bag and is like, does it glow in the dark? No.
Oh. Well, all the ectoplasm I read about does have a slight glow to it. Makes it more, I think it's like the spirits, the energy of the spirits,
Yes. I think this is where Vivian's gonna be like, of course. Like, she's gonna be thinking in her head and be like, yes. Obviously. Keep talking. This is great. And I think she's like, I think she opens up her notebook and writes hatched and then crosses it out with a...
And it's clear that she wants to start talking about it's well, there are also Aboriginals in Australia, and they believe that ghosts and spirits can come to you in the dream time. That there's a place, sort of a dream space, and they might be able to come there, and so maybe the ghosts could kill you in your dreams. That's a thing. Although again, I'm not quite certain how that would translate to a body being cut in half. And so she's going through these various ghost stories that she's heard of, and none of them really seem, and she's trying to make them fit because she clearly would like this to be very supernatural. But none of her ghost stories seem to work.
Right. And I think the tricky thing is that Vivian has this file folder of spooky things, scary things that have happened, but she doesn't know what to call that.
Yeah.
Right? I don't know if she knows the word Cthulhu.
Yes, exactly.
Right? So she has all this stories. And so she's like, well, it's not ghosts, so it's not that thing.
And if we can think about this in on a technical level, which I don't know how much I feel like you're intuiting it, right? Like Vivian's intuiting it. Stella is really good with the occult.
Right.
Right? Ghosts and maybe Bigfoot and ceremonies of witchcraft. And like she's good with all of that and she loves that. This is like very exciting for her. And that thing that happened with
I don't
Charlie
think that,
was
yeah,
not.
it doesn't fit with that narrative of
Mm-mm.
like the afterlife, right? Which
Mhm.
a lot of
Mhm.
occultness
Mhm.
deals with that thought of a
Mhm.
soul. And
Mhm.
I don't think a soul was involved
Mhm.
with whatever happened.
Mhm. It
There's
certainly,
no
yeah.
larger picture. It
Mhm.
was just this happened.
Mhm. And it just feels different to you, right? Like
Mhm.
it doesn't feel the same. And she's trying to find these stories and all the ones they never fit. And maybe ghosts are real, maybe they're not. Maybe they're not. Who knows, right?
Yeah.
But it doesn't feel like it's like a flavor. Do you know what I mean? Like if you could think of it like that, it's like it's not the right flavor, it's not the right smell. There's just something.
Just doesn't it's not a ghost. Like that's what this is kind of.
And also, I have to tell you, this is a thing about that skill Cthulhu mythos that you have. It is an unsettling skill. You don't
Yeah.
know you have it, as it were, but you said something just like a few seconds ago that I think that I want to sort of pull out and sort of yes and at you, sort of give it back to you because it was very significant. You said it's not like there's the afterlife, right? Like there is something very comforting about the occult. You might be able to speak to your loved ones. You like there's a universe that makes sense within the framework of the occult. It might be a different one than other people think of, but it makes sense. And what you got back there, back when, did not feel comforting. And it didn't feel like if there's a bigger picture, it's a good one. You don't know what it means, but it doesn't work. Something like there's something very fundamental about it that doesn't seem to work in any kind of a way that makes sense. And there's something very disconcerting about it, right? It's like there's a break in some way with the world that you know.
Like the circle of life kind of feeling with like occultness of like there's a bigger picture, it all fits together, this is happening because this happened, ghosts happen because of death, right? But like whatever happened didn't fit into that concept, which is I think why Vivian didn't like run to religion.
Yeah.
Right. I think Vivian was like, whatever that was, it doesn't fundamentally fit with the rest of the world. So I think that's why she collects this bin because it doesn't fit. None of these stories can have a beginning and an end. They are a piece of something that she doesn't understand, a new cycle, whatever. So she's using these words of like, well, it's hatching because like I know what hatching is like. It's a bunch of fussiness because she's farm girl. She's seen what births look like. It's messy and there's goop. So that's why she's thinking it came from whatever this is, and then they closed the door and it had to find somewhere else to hide, which makes her think like while she's having this conversation about like I assume it's a story about the scariest seance she ever had. She's actually talking to the whole group and Vivian on the phone now because she loves to capture audience.
Yes. And there's something, and like you can tell that when she's talking to you, she's also talking to them, which makes her seem more important to everybody, right? Like there's like she's in her element right now.
But this thing, she can't. I mean, I think Vivian's like, I gotta go see that body, right? I gotta see if there's. But then she can't go because the mobsters are all there. Oh, man. I mean, I have a plan, but it's gonna kind of. So there's two paths that I have right now, which is keep going undercover or get the body to where she can examine it.
Mhm.
Right.
I will tell you this from your streetwise. They're not going to keep that body will not be there tomorrow. You don't know where it will be, but they're going to dump that body somewhere.
Right. And so she could put in a tip to O'Connell, right? That would be like, there's a body there, bust this place open. But then her story's gone, which she wants a story. So she's not gonna do that.
You'd have to give up the story for that.
So instead, I think she's gonna... Yeah, I think she's gonna just be like, you know, Stella, thank you so much for adding so much color to this piece. If I need to put your name in the paper, do you want to go by just Stella? Or, I mean, it has to get approved by my editor, and you know how much I hate my editor. So
yes. Oh, that little Larry.
Yeah, that little squirt.
I didn't like him.
No, no one did. I mean, I did, but that was wrong. So, so I have to get to the story, see if I can get it in the paper today. But I'll just Stella work, or do you want the full name?
What about Madam Stella?
Sounds perfect.
Yes.
Again, it has to get approved, and this one's a stretch. So I'll call you up if it goes through.
All right. Well,
I know.
I should get back to my party. If you're around and you want to do a seance with us, we'll be doing seances and drinking some scotch and listening to jazz and and I don't know if you know Jim. He's here and he's talking about the show. He's in a little show off Broadway, and he's one of the he's a small speaking part, and he's telling us all about it. And also, and then she starts name dropping people that are like, and like it's
at the party.
Be on for a while. If you allow her to talk about the people that she has at her party.
I think she's gonna be like, I really have to write that piece, and I think the last train's about to go. So
I'm so sorry.
You're so great, and let's catch up later if I can't make it tonight.
Oh, all right. And also, I really would love to go with you to one of there's a really nice little club over in Manhattan that has got some of the nice. It's got this whole tiki motif, which is sort of. From the islands, and they have the most delicious cocktails. We should go.
Oh, that sounds great. All right. I think she just hangs up the phone. She does that gesture with the phone and then hangs it up. And I think with that, it's 11:45. She's gonna catch that train. She's gonna use kind of the sensing trouble to make sure no one's following her, especially from the apartment building. She doesn't feel right about it. She's gonna take a weird way home, and I think when she gets back,
can I just get a sense trouble?
Yeah, I gotta roll 2 dice for this one. So this is a chance. What's my pass?
This pass is it's a quick pass. It's like a 4. It's not actually very difficult at all.
Cool. Let's do it. Let's hope the next one does it, right?
That's a 4 and a 2 and a 6. That's an 8. And you are checking to make sure that nobody's following you, that everything is safe, and you do not feel as if you are in danger.
Great.
But you do notice something.
Okay.
There are dangerous people on the street. You are not in danger, but you notice right there on the corner in an alley, right by the Fantasia Lounge, one of the guards are there. Like, one of the guards, one of the mobsters is right there at the corner of the lounge. You're not in danger. You're not in trouble because you work there.
Right.
But it is clear that they are setting up a little bit more of intense security because there's also a body in the back. But you can see that they're sort of moving a little bit onto kind of war stance. And there's as you're walking away, you catch something. And you think, was it that creepy guy? And it wasn't. Okay. But there's a fancy car that just sort of pulls away, as if it were lurking a bit or watching the place, as it were, right? You know what I mean? Just sort of like you just kind of get a sense of sort of like and I would say this car would be like a Cadillac, a really sort of nice, fancy car that was at the end of the block, and just sort of like, as everything seems to be not as interesting anymore, pulls away. And in this car, you see a really beefy man in a fine suit. Very broad, kind of like a football player type, with like, and you only get like a brief flash. Like you could remember him again, but like you just kind of get a flash of red hair and huge figure. It's kind of far, so you can't see very well, but like you just kind of get the flash, like expensive car, really nice suit, massive body, kind of just like pulling away. For you, I think other people probably wouldn't think much about it. Do you know what I mean? But for you, it just felt like this is a dangerous person. Maybe not dangerous to you, but like, you know, you get a vibe. This is a kind of a dangerous person, as it were. But you don't feel as if you rolled very well. You didn't. No,
it wasn't at me. Yeah. It was just the vicinity. I'm assuming it's the Irish mob, but probably, that's an assumption.
Yeah.
I think then sense the danger, get on home, throw off my shoes, pick up the phone. I'm making some late night calls. I got two planned.
After midnight.
One, call my editor. At home. Got that home number.
And of course you have his number because you kind of had a fling at one point in time.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. You wait for like 8 rings. You know he's also still single at this point. Well, you know he's having an affair with the secretary.
No, definitely.
And after like 8 or 9 rings, after midnight, you hear, "Oh, yeah, hello, Larry Ames."
I have all the information regarding a mob hit.
What?
A very a very high up mobster got murdered.
Oh.
And I want to report on it.
Wait. And like you can hear like shuffling of papers. Like, okay, I'm ready. Go ahead.
Okay. 2 rules before we get started. I need to borrow 2 interns. They need to start at 6 a.m. They need to work till 5 p.m. They need to do some research for me.
Okay, all right.
Second, it can't be in my name. I'm working on that clip job. I'm going to write it from a male voice. You need to back me up that this is a new guy.
Sure. Yeah. I could put it under my name.
No one's going to believe you're at a clip joint, buddy. You're the editor. You're going to get praise regardless. Don't give me that look.
All right.
And fine. I think she just knows the sound of the look.
He's like, that's fine. Just give me a fake name.
Okay. And I think that she goes into detail about like, you know, it's probably a name she's used before.
Yeah.
But not very common. I think.
What's the name? What's your boy name?
Shoot. I'm trying to think of something that's like, that's not, it's got to be something like Smith. It's got to be something that's like very common.
Or Jones.
Yeah, let's go with Jones. And let's do like I'm trying to think of like a bland name of like Scott Jones.
Scott Jones. Can I tell you something? No, I'll tell you later. I'm going to tell you later.
Okay.
I will tell you one thing though.
Yeah.
Scott Jones has gotten some fan mail in the past.
Yeah.
Yeah, about what a great reporter he is.
Yeah.
And
I assume also some murder threats. Because I think this
threats.
Is the heat. This is the one that she used when she got some heat.
Yeah. I imagine a lot of the people in your newsroom don't actually know about your,
Yeah.
Some people might, some people don't. But every once in a while, like, I don't know, I imagine in the past you might have heard some reporters at the watering fountain being like, hey, have you seen this? Scott Jones? His work's really good. And they kind of give Scott Jones praise that you don't get.
No, it's fair. Background for Scott, I added a P, Scott P. Jones.
Scott P. Jones? Mm-hmm.
Scott P. Jones, background is retired.
Mm-hmm.
So old reporter from the back in the day, because nostalgia is always big. So comes back for big stories if they've got the scoop. So I think, and what she a couple things that Vivian writes as Scott P. Jones. I think she used like a slightly different like flair for words. I think she like tries to mimic the way her dad tells stories, or like and it's pretty much about it's very short. It's death at Fantasia Lounge, murdered on the street. Is anyone safe? Because she's always got to add the edge of I am scared for everybody. Be afraid.
Can I ask you a question? It's just a question that you can say yes or no to. Was Scott P. Jones an actual reporter that if you went into the newspaper morgue, you would see old stories from him that maybe went missing at some point in time?
You know what? That sounds good. I think that sounds good, and she'd 100% do that just to cover herself up a little bit more. Because it's all about the scoop. Even if it's not her credit, that's her goal. It's the scoop. She'd love praise.
She'd love that credit, right?
But it's the scoop.
And I have one more background question because I just have to ask. How many of your best stories ended up having to be under Scott's name?
Okay, I'd say she's Vivian is proud of maybe like 10 stories, like 10 solid stories, months undercover. I would say maybe anything that has to do with, and I think Scott P. Jones happened because she got a threat at one point that was way much over her thing. So I think her first couple weren't. Yeah. And then she had about, I would say maybe four or five, half of them. And so she kind of keeps them for, she doesn't want to do too much. Yeah. Because she doesn't want people to start looking for Scott. But yeah.
Yeah. This is a great story.
And I think only her editor knows. I think it's only her editors really know.
Yeah. And it's a great story. You know a mob murder is going to be a great story.
No pictures. Like it's going to be one of those side columns. She's not going to talk about the goop. She's not even going to talk about she's not even going to talk about how he was dead. Ooh, though, a decapitation.
Are you going to talk about the decapitation? I need to know.
I think she's going to mention the decapitation. And she's also going to mention Fantasia Lounge is a beautiful joint. So she's going to mention like beautiful location, tragic death, widowed by Nora. And maybe ask if there's any pictures of any of these in the, like, do we have a picture of Tony? Do we have a picture of Nora? Do we have a picture? Just because she didn't take any pictures.
Ooh, so I imagine you'll be typing through a lot of the night then.
Yeah, because it's got to get out before 6 a.m. It's got to be like...
It's got to be for the morning edition.
Yeah. I think she goes straight to the office and does it.
So I imagine you're in the office and you are there all night, right? You are you are writing up, and I imagine doing research, going through the newspaper morgue for things that you need. which you have research for. You would find a photograph of Nora.
Okay.
In the newspaper morgue, like as a singer, like kind of like a.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should include it because then people are going to start looking for her. If I only find Nora and not Tony, I'm not going to put it in.
Mm-hmm.
But if like Tony was there too, oh. Maybe there's a picture of them together.
No, they kind of keep themselves a little low key.
Okay.
Okay. But you're working on this story, and I want to ask, while you're there all night, not sleeping, with your coffee and your cigarettes, are you going to be researching anything else while you're there?
That's actually was going to be my second favor.
Yeah.
Is I was going to ask him to get 2 interns to research the Black Hand and what's the other one? Oh, that murder of Mad Dog.
Yep. Okay.
I want 100% interns on that. I want that report by 4, because I assume I gotta get to the clip joint by like 7.
Yeah, that's right.
So as soon as I get that demand, I write my article. I bring my gun with me from my apartment to do my work in the station. As soon as it's out, I think Vivian heads home to sleep.
Okay, so you write this story under Scott P. Jones's name.
I know.
And you got that sort of flair of your dad's voice, but you also know the original Scott P. Jones voice is probably a mix of both of those sort of voices, and it's and I don't know how you feel writing about it, but it's often a way that it's a kind of a writing style that you probably couldn't get away with under your own name. And I don't know if that's exciting to you or not.
I get to be more grisly in the murders.
A little bit more grisly. Because you're allowed to be, right? You're allowed to be a little bit more grisly. It's kind of like a bit more of a direct style that you sometimes you can't get away with when you're a lady reporter. And you have this story, and Larry sort of gets in there a little bit earlier than he probably wants to. And he's like, no photographs.
I can't blow my cover. I'm still working on the clip joint piece.
Right.
If you want one of your boys to go down and take a picture now, but I can't be down there.
Oh, and he like snaps and he gets one of the so some reporter who's not going to be you is going to take basically some photographs of just the front of the lounge to get this in the paper, and there's not a lot of editing done on it. It looks like a good story. And you know it's going to go out in the morning paper, and the news is going to be spreading this story far and wide. And you have these 2 interns researching Mad Dog Call and the Black Hand, and you know that they're going to be doing that during the day while you go home to sleep.
Wait, I should call Peaches. And be like, Peaches, story's dropping. You can't let anyone know it's me. Like, I think it's like one of those, like, you cannot let them know it's me. I still want to do some research on this place.
Okay.
And I also don't want to blow your cover because you want this job too. And if I go down, you got me the position.
Right. Of course. Right.
Okay. See you tonight.
Okay. Are you okay?
Oh yeah. Yo.
She's like, oh, okay, if you're okay. That was scary, huh?
Yeah. No. Not for us dames. Not for us.
Yeah.
Not for us tough newspaper girls.
Right. Oh gosh. I bet they're gonna have to put like a couple extra bundles on for the she starts thinking newsy about the logistics of when there's gonna be a big story, and then she stops because she realizes that's not her job anymore. And she's like, well,
but I think it was fun to play in that world of yeah.
Well, I'll see you tonight, okay?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I think with that, I don't know if I'm not sure what's around in this time period, but if there's some sort of sleep aid, I think Vivian takes it.
Oh yeah. I imagine Vivian probably likes both stimulants and sleep aids.
Oh yeah, no, 100%, just exactly what needs to happen.
And these things do exist. I mean, they gave them to Judy Garland because they gave her speed so that she could do all those films, and then she couldn't sleep, so then they gave her sleep aids.
This does not surprise me.
As a teenager.
Yeah.
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 Oh, hey, movie studios. So let's talk about your good day's sleep.
Yeah.
And how you don't get a good day's sleep because of a phone call. You've probably been asleep about I would say this phone call probably happens around 11.
So like maybe 3 or 4 hours of sleep.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah. About 3 or 4 hours of your sleep, the phone rings. And it rings and it's loud.
I think Vivian probably called someone to make sure she got up, so she kept her phone near her, so she actually like, yes, yeah, Vivian Sinclair, yeah, reporter on the case, yes.
Let me put on my coat.
Yes.
My lab coat.
Yes.
Vivian. It's me. Phil Lentz.
Yeah.
Coroner, your best friend, and also the person that you clearly cheated and stole about like $7 from a last poker game.
It's not cheating if the cards were in my favor, Lentz.
Miss Sinclair, I'm calling you for a reason.
And? Okay, let me guess. You love the guessing. Wait, before, how's your son?
You told me that I should encourage his artiness, his wanting to be a musician and all of that, and maybe we'd have less arguments, and I've been taking your advice, and he seems happier, we're arguing less. I don't know. He invited me to come see him play at a place, and I went. It was pretty good. He was pretty good.
All right. So he hasn't blown out of it yet?
No, not yet.
But is he good?
You know I don't know music so well. I know baseball, but thanks for those tickets, by the way. They were really good.
Hey, what can I do for my main hookup for bodies?
That's why I'm calling. There was a story in the paper by, good old Scott Jones.
Oh, yeah. I never met the guy, but I hear he's got a way with words.
I've met him. I've been a coroner for a long time. And I haven't met Scott Jones. He's a good guy. Although, started getting weirdly haunted, near the end. Or the last time I saw him. Stopped sleeping. Almost never slept. Deep circles under his eyes, and always searching for something. Always sort of coming over to the morgue, asking me questions about weird bodies and weird things. And it's weird to see stories by him again, It's weird when the story describes a decapitation. And I just thought, I've got a decapitated body in my morgue. And I thought, who was the last person I spoke to who looked a little haunted, looked like they didn't sleep a lot, and wants to talk to me about weird bodies?
All right. I'll bring you $7 and I'll be there.
Thought you might be interested.
Well, you're right. I think with that, she hangs up and she's like, ugh. Because she's still feeling the grogginess. So I think there's probably, I want to say that there is a she has a coffee maker
Mm-hmm.
in her house.
Mm-hmm.
It's got yesterday's coffee.
Mm-hmm.
She downs it. She
Mm-hmm.
puts on her reporting outfits
Mm-hmm.
and she goes.
She goes to see a body in the morgue. But that is where we're taking our break.
Oh,
It
no!
is our break time. It is our break time. Our Viv, with 3 hours of sleep, is going to go head down to the morgue because the story that she wrote pinged her friend Phil.
I think Phil's figured it out.
Mm-hmm. There are not a lot of people who are like, here's a weird body. And also that last one was pretty weird. And
Yeah,
so,
there's, look at all these weird bodies.
and I would say you might think that maybe he has, good old Scott P. Jones went missing and didn't end up dead, as far as you know. But
I think Alex might have found, like, because I thought
Yeah.
at first Alex was gonna say like, and last time I saw him, he was in this place.
Yeah.
So I'm really glad it went a different direction.
No, he's like, yeah, no, he was one of those reporters that just kept asking weird questions, and then we didn't see them anymore. So anyway, let me facilitate your weird interests. We're going to take a 10-minute break, though, and when we come back, I think Vivian's going to go look in the morgue and see what she can find.
Yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to do that. So what I'd like, audience, my friends, what I'd like you all to do is I would like you to drink some water, hydrate, stretch your legs, because that's important. And I just want to give a couple of shout outs to Devil Crayon, who resubscribed with a bunch of saxophones and also music notes. So thank you, Devil Crayon. And I also want to thank Rissa for our bits. Thank you. All of the bits that come in and donations and tips go to help pay for our cast. So thank you. Take care of yourselves. And when we get back, Vivian Sinclair is going to find out what's up in the morgue.
I think we're gonna see if I'm correct with the hatching.
All right, take care of yourselves. Be right back. 10 minutes. Hey everyone, we are back for the second half of part 2 of The Howling Fog, a Cthulhu Confidential 1 GM, 1 player mystery, Cthulhu Noir. And we are back. I hope you all hydrated and stretched your legs and got yourselves ready. Our dear and most awesome Vivian Sinclair, undercover investigative reporter, has been very productive all last night. She wrote an amazing story about a mob murder, which is exciting, breaking news, and she got it put out. She also investigated the rooftops of the rooftop of the building directly across the street from the Fantasia Lounge and found a bunch of weird goop. And
lots of goop,
a burn mark and some sort of threads of a dark fabric, and signs that there was some sort of struggle of some sort up there. She's got that evidence. She's made some allies with some street kids who run numbers, and it's true. PH was like, goop. Gwyneth Paltrow is actually the murderer, and
she did it. She murdered science.
She murdered science, and after getting some interns to do some research for her, which they're doing at the moment, she went to go to sleep, and she woke up to her good old pal Phil Lentz, the coroner at Bellevue Hospital, who noticed the story, figured it was actually probably by her, and said, well, if you're interested into weird decapitations, I have a body for you, and has invited her to come by the morgue. And this is where we will start.
So Vivian usually has, the Vivian in the picture has those beautiful noir curly locks. And I think Vivian's first year on the job, she did that. But it's super easy to do your hair when it's very short.
Yep.
So she, I think she brushed it. She put on her lip gloss, or no, sorry, lipstick, because gloss doesn't exist really yet. Clothes, no jewelry, no, got her bag, got her bricks, gun, and notebook, and is on the way to the morgue. She also gets the $7. Oh, you know what? She gets $6 and she gets a real good sandwich. She gets them a pair of breakfast sandwiches, and they are going to be cheesy and full of egg and ham and just the thickest sandwiches she could get.
Oh, yeah. This will be great for the morgue because Phil. Phil
doesn't care.
Phil does not care. Phil does not care at all. You make your way down to, it's like you're getting close to noon, but it's like still 11ish, right? And you make your way to the morgue and to the Bellevue Hospital and down into the basement of this place, and it's cold and it's chilly, and there's a guard there who notices you and is about to say something, but kind of looks at his sheet, and your name has already been put there. Yeah. And he just nods and lets you in, this guard. And when you walk in, there's Phil, smoking your cigarette in the morgue, pointing to interns and people, and he sees you, he's like, Miss Sinclair, it's good to see you again. Oh, wait. I smell something.
She pulls it out of the bag,
and he just bites right on into it, and it's cheesy and greasy, and it's smells the
oil soaked in the bread now because it had to go through. It's not gonna be a.
It's the best for him because he loves that. That is his life. His life is just greasy sandwiches. And hey, roll damage. And he's like, all right, you said you had a decapitated body.
Well, there was a report of one in the paper. So yeah, I'm curious about what you got for me.
Well, and he's like, all right, I could tell you, it came all this way. Gave me a delicious sandwich.
I did.
Didn't you also say you were going to give me $7?
I think Vivian just thinks that like this is now Vivian's money. Like before she could sign it off, like this is a lot of
It's
money.
A lot of money.
It's like a week of work.
Yeah.
I think this is whatever bonus she made from that last paper, that whatever sales. I think she just like grumbly puts it in his hand.
I like you. Hey, all I'm saying is that it's sort of like a payback from what you stole from me at poker the last time.
Again, it was the luck. And I actually don't know if Vivian cheated at cards or not.
That's up to you.
Yeah, I don't know. I think she's, if perhaps she did, she still says it's gonna be the luck. Yeah. Like she's never gonna admit to it whether she, or
she's just really good at poker. For all I know, she's just like a super poker shark, and like
both. I think it's both.
Probably a little bit of both. Like, yeah. Can I ask, what did your dad do?
Oof. I'm trying to think of the timeline. We're in World War II. I want to say
just before the war started. Yeah.
Her dad was in World War I.
Yeah, that would make sense.
I also want to just say he's a farmer. Like I want to say like he just worked the farm life, and I think that's why her family stays there.
Upstate New York?
No, a little more Midwest. I think her accent died when she started doing New York because they kept making fun of her.
Yeah.
So she's got a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Or she did. Now she's proved it, and she's still got more.
Like, so, Ms. Sinclair, I got a body for you. But this body did not come in last night.
Okay.
This body's not Scott's body. It's a different body.
Okay.
Thought you might find that interesting because, there's no head.
No head.
No, we didn't get it. We didn't pick it up. We didn't find it.
How's the neck wound?
Why do you ask?
Is it completely sealed over?
Yeah. Isn't that weird?
So, and I think Vivian's like, because she proved to Lens that she's got this. Like, she can handle this.
Yeah. Do you want to see the body? Do you want to know where we found it?
Yeah, I do.
Do you want to know? Okay.
Yeah.
Do you want to know who it is?
Yeah.
Because we know.
Is it a mobster?
You're no fun. Yes, it is. You want to tell me who it is? Do you know their name?
No.
All right.
This is yours now.
Okay. All right. I mean, I feel like I don't get to tell you anything. All right, look. Found the body in the East River 4 days ago.
Okay.
Right.
That works with my timeline.
I feel like there's an interesting... I'm surprised nobody came to look at this body earlier. Any reporters. But anyway, okay, look. So, somebody... And as he's saying this, he's like moving you towards where like all the bodies like are stored. So, somebody sees a body floating in the river, pulls it out, someone on a boat, no head, right? No big deal. Wasn't a big deal. Nobody said nothing about it at all. They were just like, boating accident, propeller.
Okay.
Right? But I'm thinking if it really were a boating accident, somebody would have reported it, right? They would have said that I saw a boating accident. But what do I care? So I go look at the body. And like you said, neck sealed like a baby's bottom. But like the cheek part, You
ever seen this part before? Like anything like this?
No. But that's not the weirdest part, though. Do you want to see?
I got it. I think that I got it was more of like a... Like Vivian does have to.
So, I did an autopsy. Let me show you. And he pulls out this slab. And I'm going to need a stability test from you
Is this a cool
stability as he peels back the skin on this body to show you what is on the inside.
Do I have what is the meeting? Because I have 2 dice in this, and I want to see if I can get it.
It's a 9.
Oof.
There is an extra problem if you want it, if you need it.
And extra problems, can you please remind me?
It will give you another die, and you can choose now or after you roll.
You know what? I'm not gonna take the extra problem. Mm-hmm. I'm gonna hope that because there's a middle in between.
There is a middle in between. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Or do I wait a second? Mm-hmm. I have like a pro.
You do.
And I could use that.
Mm-hmm. For a +2.
Do I have to decide now?
Nope.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go with that. So let's see my dice.
Mm-hmm. You need a 9. That's a 3. Mm-hmm.
So I need a 4.
Mm-hmm. So that is a 6.
Sorry, it was under my character sheet. Oof.
So there's an extra problem. It's up to you.
All right, I'll take the extra problem.
Really?
Let's do it.
Do you want
Let's
it?
do it. Yeah.
Do you want it?
Yeah, I do.
Like, I
want to keep with Lens. No, I want to keep it with Lens.
All right. Well, all right. I mean, because I'm just saying that extra problems are super exciting for me. No. Let me go and pick up your extra problem. So this is we're gonna get you this one.
All right.
Yeah. So let's get you this problem. And before you read it, let me tell you a little about what you see, and then you can read it out loud.
Okay, this is actually an interesting one. It's called Mythos Shock. It's unseen forces, and then you'll have to explain to me what this means in game. But something wrong happened here. Something unnatural. You can't shake the feeling that this happened to Tony as well.
So roll one more die.
Okay, so I got a 1.
That's a 7.
And can I add my like a pro?
Yes, you can.
Just call it.
Yes,
Use
you can.
Everything I got.
Yep.
Okay.
So now you just need to delete that like a pro.
All right. And I'm going to move everything over for me. Because I like it when they all line up.
Wait, because I've got a new thing to give you first.
Oh, okay. Then I put this back.
Because you advanced. And if you advance, you get an edge.
Oh my goodness. It was all worth it.
Right, you're gonna get an edge for this. Let me give you the edge that you get when you look when we talk about what it is that you're going to see here in this exciting body that might distress you, perhaps. What is this? What is this edge?
Holding it together. You know you've gotten into something rough, but your brain sticks to the story. Spend to make a push or for an extra dice on a cool test.
So as he's speaking to you a little bit, you're in this frigid, cold room, and it's very matter of fact for him as he's telling you about how he found the body and what he noticed. And as he's speaking, he starts just peeling back the flaps of the skin of this body, so that which have not been stitched back at all. And as he's speaking, you see the neck that has been sealed shut, just sealed shut completely. And as you look inside of this corpse, you have seen some bodies before, and you don't know what you're looking at when you look inside of this body. And he's speaking, and he says, since the neck was sealed, I thought that was weird. Like, whoever cut off the neck just sealed it behind them. It was weird, so I did this autopsy, and you just keep looking at what's inside this body. And you have seen diagrams, right, in books of what the inside of a human body looks like, right? They're the lungs, and then there's the heart right there, and then there's like the intestines. Like, you know what the inside of a body looks like. You've seen them in nursing books, like your friend Luisa. You've seen them before.
Right. I've seen bodies.
You've seen
I know
bodies.
approximately how gross we can get.
Right, and like, autopsy is gross, but that's not what's bothering you. And he says, as he starts pointing, he says, yeah, I thought maybe I did the autopsy, opened it up, I could see what did that to the neck, right there. And he's pointing at the neck, but you're not looking at the neck. And he goes, but, this body doesn't make any sense, though. But I don't see how this could have happened after death. But I haven't seen anything like this. Look. And he goes to where the heart should be, and then he starts moving his finger downward. He was like, the heart's right over here, where the spleen would be. And here, and he just like pulls up like a hunk of muscle right up here, and he goes like, and here underneath his shoulder, that's where the heart is. And then actually, if you notice the small intestine, he starts poking in the other arm. The small intestine's all been shoved into the left arm here, and the large and as he's pointing, you realize that every single organ and piece of this body has been moved, is somewhere else inside this body. It is, but it doesn't look like somebody used their hand to pick it up and place it somewhere else. It looks like this is like somebody took a stick, shoved it down into the neck of this body and just stirred. And it's all grotesque and strange, and nothing's been ruptured or broken or bruised, but it's all misplaced and there's no blood anywhere. He goes, yeah, he just, well, wait, this one, and he starts pointing, this one's got some violent trauma, and then he starts pointing out, and it looks like that sticks, like the way that you would stir a drink, right? That whatever it was that did that, like, did trauma to some of these organs, but no blood anywhere. And he goes, yeah, I just, I think this happened right at the time of death, but I can't prove it, because it's weird. It's weird. Yeah. Isn't that weird? Don't you think that's strange? I never seen nothing like it.
And there was no head.
No, we didn't recover it. Yeah.
And no blood.
No. Just... I mean, the neck was sealed, so you think there might have been blood, but it's all just...
And Vivian's gonna look, and would there be like space for something else to be? Like, are the organs pushed aside, or are they just all mixed up?
It's more like they've been stirred up. Like they've been, like they've been violently stirred up is what it looks like to you. And he goes, but guess what? You want to know what's really weird? Wasn't a robbery.
What do you mean?
Because found his wallet right there in his pocket. And complete with $10 still in the wallet. So it wasn't a robbery. And his identification was still there.
What's his name?
Mickey O'Malley. He's well, he works for the Cotton Club, you know? So
Not the Fantasia Lounge. I think this is Claudia, not the Fantasia Lounge.
no, he's you know, Irish mobster, you know? So you're not quoting me about any of this, because I don't want to. I got a wife and a kid to think about, so I don't need to be involved in this. But yeah, and it's weird because I would have thought that if somebody murdered him like that, they would have gotten rid of his ID, so we wouldn't know it was him. But yeah,
There's something.
And the body's just there, just open and strange, as he's pondering things like the wallet in the pants. He's like, and here's the thing. You wouldn't have known that the inside of that body was so mixed up from looking at it from the outside. On the outside, it looked like a regular body, just like it was normal. Just this, well, except for the sealed neck, you know? Looked like a regular body. You open it up, and it's like, you know? Oh, you want to see something else?
Yeah.
And he goes and he pulls out a dress shirt, a white dress shirt. Who was wearing this? Look at this. And he hands the dress shirt to you, collar first, and right on the collar there's a lipstick stain, like a bright red lipstick stain on the collar. So, look at that, huh?
Do I recognize this color? Did I see anybody at the lounge with this color?
You did not. And I will say that this is not a color that any of them was wearing.
Okay.
It also is not a color that it does not seem like it's a red, but it's not like you've seen a lot of reds. Do you know what I mean? Like
yeah.
It's not a common red. It's a little bit has a little bit more blue to it, if that makes any sense. It's kind of like a coolish red. It's bright,
okay,
but it's got a kind of a coolness to it, and it's not a popular color. So it's like it seems to you like it would be something a little bit special.
Is it an old school color?
It's like, a little older. It's a little older. It's not this year's. But you know, what kind of skills do you have? Do you have any tell me a skill that might be relevant to this.
Let me pull up that character sheet, which surprisingly I struggle with. Okay.
Tell me something that might.
I have disguise, but I don't think that'd do it for me.
Oh, it might.
I have, and I also have streetwise. So streetwise I assume is a little bit about the fashion, and
streetwise wouldn't do it, but if you give me a push, disguise would. Because with disguise, you have to know, like, you know what I mean? Like, you have to kind of know.
Yeah.
If you wanted to disguise yourself as X or Y, how would you go about doing that? Like, what would be the, you know what I mean?
You know, I'll definitely do that. No, actually, a push coin. Yeah, I have a push coin. Yeah, done. Yeah.
Do it for me.
I'm not going to use them. Okay, cool.
You use a push.
Mm-hmm.
And as you're looking at this lipstick, it's something hits you about it. You're like, this is, you're trying to think, and you're trying to rack your brain because it is uncommon enough that you know it's not some kind of average Woolworth lipstick, nothing like that.
Mm-hmm.
And you're trying to think, and you're thinking, does it seem old school? And you're like, well, it doesn't seem like this year necessarily, but it's not that old, and it's not that, and you're thinking, and then it hits you. This, you remember seeing it in fashion magazines last year, but specifically, this is, well, it might have been the year before last. It might be like maybe 1 or 2 years old, but this is not a U.S. color.
Yes.
You remember it from a picture, like, you know, like one of those really nice sort of like magazines of like stars and celebrities, and you think you remember Marlene Dietrich wearing this color, and so you're like, this is a European lipstick color.
Mm-hmm.
And the reason, and it kind of just strikes you because it's a kind of it's a little bit harsher, and it's kind of got a harsh feeling to it. It feels a little cruel in a way, but also kind of very sophisticated, and it doesn't kind of have like that kind of like American warmth. It feels very it has a kind of like a European sophistication that is not actually in style in the US. It is stylish. Whatever it is sort of it's an expensive lipstick. You can kind of tell by just sort of rubbing your fingers on it. It's expensive. It is sophisticated. It is fashionable, but not from this season. It's like just maybe 2 seasons off, but that's also maybe because it's European. Somebody must have gotten it at some point.
And I know this wasn't on Vera's lips, right? I guess that
it was not, because Vera is wearing Woolworth lipstick. She's
yeah,
and that's a thing that I think that's partly thinking about your disguise skill. Partly how you figured out that she was not French for many reasons is that like you actually know what European makeup and fashion and haircuts look like, and she is not. She's doing an approximation.
She's the starlet version of it, so it's like the Halloween costume version.
Yeah.
Okay, cool. This is Ellie. This is Ellie. Ellie goes missing around the same time. This is interesting to me, which makes me think I gotta know who the Black Hand is, because if Irish mobsters and Italian mobsters, then I think it's actually an Italian mob who figured out that Dominic was taking the money. So I think, and you said the Black Hand was a Italian kind of fable.
It's Italian fable, and apparently Oni Madden was freaked out about it. He was sort of like wanting to know more about it for some reason.
So I think I gotta be like, I think from this one, I assume Lutz has got like a pack of cigarettes scrambled up on a desk. I think she's gonna take one, she's gonna light it, and she's like, your name's not going in the paper. This might be it. And I think she smokes it as she starts to leave, like pick up her stuff.
Wait, I figured out what happened. Here's my theory. I'm not a police officer, but I have a theory. He was out on a date. Somebody murdered him. She's the witness. So you find the woman. She can identify the killer.
4 days ago?
Yeah, 4 days ago. Oh,
and
one other thing. This is weird. I think he was a smoker.
How can you tell?
And he goes back to his like case of stuff, and he pulls out a coat, like a suit jacket. It's a nice suit jacket. It's a nice like a gray suit jacket. Looks a little fancy, like something you might wear if you're going to a club. And he goes, look at that. And you can see, like on the lapel, there's a bit of a flash burn on it.
Is there threads missing? On the back? There are
not threads missing. Different color. The threads that you have, which actually are still in your purse along with your gunk, are darker color. It's a darker color. It seems to you that the color is familiar to you in some way of the threads you have, but you can't yet place it. But you remember seeing it. Maybe similar to Tony's, perhaps. Maybe it's like
I'd have to check it out.
You'd have to check it out, yeah. He goes, so that's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking that guy and a gal or a romantic date, some sort of killer shows up, chops off his head. I have no idea how the other stuff happens. She sees it, she screams, she runs away. Boom. I've solved your case.
It's pretty good.
Yeah.
Why do you let her get away? If he's this good.
I don't know that one. Maybe he doesn't kill women.
How chivalrous.
Yeah. So that's what I got.
No, this is it. Appreciate this. Enjoy the sandwich. I think she leaves her sandwich there too.
You have goop in your purse.
I know.
Okay.
You know what? That's good point. Good point.
I don't know if you want to like have him look at it. It would be weird.
I am gonna, you know what? I will take, as I'm leaving and putting the sandwich, I do see the tissues there, I'll say, and I'm like, this guy got goop.
Goop. Well, we found him out of the river.
And I think she pulls out and she keeps like the I should give him the thread too. She's just like, I collected this from Tony.
Oh. Huh.
It's everywhere.
Looks at it. Take a seat. You look a little tired. You been sleeping?
Enough.
He looks a little disturbed. And he goes to like a Bunsen burner and starts putting the substance in there. And then like sort of putting in sort of different reagents in there and sort of like frowning and thinking about it. He's like, yeah, I'm thinking guy on a date. He's a mobster. He ticks off some other mobsters. They get into some big fight. And like he's sort of messing with these things. Frowns a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
People don't, mobsters have like a code of honor. They're not going to kill some lady for no reason. So I figured, that's what it is, like professional hit. He looks up. Where do you say find this?
On the body. And I assume it was like, it was next to the neck part,
yeah,
right?
It was.
It was on Tony's body. No, you're not going to get that one. They're going to keep that one for themselves.
Yeah. So. Yeah. Well, I'll tell you what. I haven't seen this before. But I can tell you something about it. You said you found this on the neck of one of the bodies that I'm not going to get?
Mm-hmm.
Well, so first I figured it was non-organic, like some kind of grease or something, maybe. And then I thought, well, maybe it wasn't inorganic, so I figured it might be some kind of organic material. And it's not exactly that either, which doesn't make any sense because it got to be one or the other, right? I mean, right?
If it's not organic, it's man-made.
Yeah, but it wasn't. It's whatever it is, well, Miss Sinclair, Viv, the closest thing that I could describe this as is saliva. Except, see, saliva from organic creatures, from like people, us or dogs or cats or whatever. Yeah, see, saliva, they've got digestive enzymes in it, right? Because that's kind of what saliva's supposed to do. It's supposed to like help you digest. And like everything has got this. Like even like bacteria, right? I mean, all creatures, you gotta have to digest the food, right? And if you got the saliva, you've got the. But there's no digestive enzymes in this at all.
So it's like the only attribute of the saliva it has is the grease portion.
I mean, it's like, that's the closest thing I can get. It's like saliva, but saliva from I don't know, no kind of human or animal that exists. I mean, but it's not inorganic. It's not yeah, it's some, I don't understand it. It doesn't actually make any sense to me. I don't understand that at all. Like, it's because I mean, if it is a saliva, which is what it looks like, it would have. And you can see you start getting a little bit distressed actually about this, because it's like things aren't working, right? Like there are things that make sense and things are not making sense in a way that goes against the laws of science.
Right. It's kind of like it doesn't fit into the big picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I think Vivian at this point is going to reach out, give him the second sandwich. Don't do it. Don't think this hard about it. That's my job.
Yeah. Well, it's weird. You said you had you asked me about threads, right?
Yeah. I did some searching or snooping, saw a lot of this goop everywhere, and
A lot. Wait. How much of this did you find?
and this is now asking the GM. Like, I would say, like, it was everywhere. I think
It was
Vivian
a lot.
describes it. It was a lot.
It was a lot. It wasn't like, oh, there's a little bit of goop on the neck. It was like,
No, it
there's
was like-
enough goop to like wriggle in. Like there was a
Yeah.
lot of goop.
I think I explained that, like, it was everywhere.
No, that doesn't make any sense. If it's saliva, you know, I mean, humans don't produce that much saliva. Animals don't. I mean, that's a lot. No, that doesn't make. That doesn't make any sense.
See, I thought it was like a hatching, like it hatched out of something, and that's why there's so much saliva. But
No,
that's not how chickens work.
No, it wouldn't be like that at all. Also, whatever it would have been huge. But now this is definitely like, yeah, but nothing produces that much saliva. Nothing, and then there's no enzymes. That doesn't make any sense. I mean, an entire like no, that's a lot. No, this guy, he works at the Cotton Club. He's one of those goons over there. Found his body in the East River. I didn't really see any goop, but that's because it was in the river. So I didn't. You saw a body. Did you get a look inside the body? Did it look like this on the inside? Did you?
I didn't. It's not my job to take a body from a bunch of mobsters.
Mobsters? Yeah. That's the story. The mobsters.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But
it's weird because the saliva was across a rooftop, right? Like.
So he moved the body?
Maybe actually.
Like dumped it? Like killed it?
Threw it across?
Maybe, yeah. Or just Why would you kill the body somewhere else than dump it somewhere super public?
So that people could find it.
Oh, okay.
So kill them on the rooftop.
Yeah.
Throw them in front of the Fantasia Lounge.
Okay, well, why would you do that?
To send a message.
Okay. Who are you sending a message to? What kind of message you sending? It's not a good message.
I think I got it.
Huh?
I think I figured it out.
Hey, this could be dangerous.
Here's the thing, Scott will take all the heat on this one.
Viv. We have a poker game.
2 weeks?
No, I want it in 1 week. I want it in a couple of days. I want you to show up at my place. I'll get the boys around. Maybe ask Joe. In a couple of days. I just want you to play poker with me in a couple of days. I just want to make sure.
Make sure you bring that $6 back.
I'm gonna spend it on a expensive bottle. Don't worry, I'll have money.
All right. I gotta wrap this up.
Yeah.
You got my number?
Yeah.
All right. And I think with that, Vivian, like.
And you can see he's not. It feels wrong. It's the wrong smell. Like weird organ things. That's okay. No digestive enzymes is not working for him.
That's the line.
That's the line. Like
that's it. He passed it.
Yeah.
And I think as Vivian leaves, I think she turns back. She's like, "Eat the sandwich.
Yeah.
Get this body to the incinerator."
Yeah, I suppose nobody's gonna claim it.
No. Burn it as soon as you can.
All right.
Burn. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
Go home early.
Yeah. He stubs out the cigarette, and you leave that chilling cold of the morgue and the smell of formaldehyde and death out into the bright, sunny midday of New York. And the streets are full of people, and people are moving, and somebody's laughing as they wear a hat, and you can hear the newsies shouting out about the paper, and everything is wonderful and great, and it's bustling, and people have dreams and hopes, and everything is fine.
Vivian, I think at this point, doesn't go home. Goes to the newspaper, starts doing some research. I think as soon as she has anything about the Black Hand.
And there are these two interns, and these interns are like 17, 18. They're pretty young, and they have been going through the newspaper morgue, also the library, doing as much research as they can, and they have on your desk, you've got these two thick folders full of clippings and notes, and there's the Black Hand folder, and then there's the Mad Dog Call folder, and there's there are notes in them, and there's different handwriting on each one. Clearly, two different interns, right? And one handwriting is sort of has great penmanship and sort of thoughtful, and one is a little bit messy, and you don't know who these people are, but the one that's a little bit messy's got a little bit of a coffee stain on one of the pages, and like you've got this kind of sense of who these people are a little bit. And the Black Hand, because you mentioned that one first, I suppose you look at that one first.
That's the one that I think is going to give me the information I need. So
the Black Hand is not a myth. It was indeed a thing. It was a real thing. And the Black Hand was a criminal organization in New York. It might have come over from Italy, but around the turn of the century. And what it was, they were criminals. But what they did specifically was they were Italians who kidnapped and held for ransom and blackmailed other Italians. So this is really turn of the century, very early, a kind of a precursor to the mob. But this was the time when the police were just not going to protect minority communities. They just weren't interested. And so the police did not protect Italians. And so they were kind of left on their own. And so the Black Hand, they would kidnap people. They apparently threatened the great tenor Caruso, but I think he just didn't actually pay them off. But like, and if you didn't pay them off, they would kill you maybe. So it was kind of like a opportunistic group of thugs who would threaten to kill you if you didn't give them a lot of money, and then if you didn't, they would kill you. Sometimes they wouldn't. It was just mostly kind of like threatening and extortion. And it was not like super huge widespread, but they were certainly real people. Sometimes they got arrested, sometimes they didn't. I suppose you could call them mythological in the sense that this was quite a while ago and they were kind of secretive, but from the reporting, it just looks like this is no longer a thing anymore. Once you actually got the actual mob, the Black Hand wasn't really a thing. And there are like no reports of the Italian mob doing that anymore. From all you know about the mob, they're pretty professional and they take care of things, and that's just kind of not. So like, it doesn't make sense to you that there would be a Black Hand anymore.
Okay.
It looks like it was a thing. It was a very real, actual thing, and it just is no longer a thing anymore. It was a thing from like 30 years ago.
Okay. Let's look up the Mad Dog stuff.
Yeah. So you had a little bit of information that you knew. Like you knew that he was a hitman for the Irish mob. You knew that he had done some kind of hit in public, very messy, killed a kid, injured some kids who were not even the targets. He got arrested, but then he got off, and then he got killed later. But there are other things in this file.
Interesting.
Including a reporter's notebook. And the reporter's notebook belonged to Scott P. Jones. And it was some of his notes. It looked like he was looking at a story some time ago, a couple years ago. And this is what you learn in this folder. That Oni Madden and Dutch Schultz were the big Irish mobsters. Some of these things are in the reporting, some of these things are in the notes that didn't make it into the stories. And they were big, they were sort of exciting. Dutch Schultz was Jewish and Oni Madden was Irish, and they were sort of in this space. And a lot of the things that you're getting are part of Scott Jones's notes. And if you look at his from about 3 years ago, and that's weird, and the handwriting is cramped and scrawled as if there's something bothering him. But the notes are about how it looked like what he'd heard from his sources was that at some point in time, Mad Dog Call got married to a woman. Not that long ago, about 3 years ago or so. And a woman named Lottie Kreisberg. And sometime after that marriage, Mad Dog Call, started threatening the Irish mob. There's a note that he kidnapped Frenchie Demange, like the second hand of Oni Madden.
Okay.
For money.
Which is the name that we had from before.
Yeah. Who's like the second in command for Oni. And then apparently, according to these notes, you don't know where these notes came from, but these are the notes, that Oni Madden paid off the ransom and got Frenchie Demange back. But the notes seem to sort of imply that these strange notes, like he claims that he could kill anyone anywhere without leaving a trace. And then questions like, but that doesn't seem like his style. He was always so flashy, right? Like you get this kind of like long record of him basically being a hitman for the Irish mob, but always in these really kind of flashy, obvious hits. And never Italians, never Irish people. Like he's hitting the Italians, he's doing all of that, right? Until about 3 or so years ago, after he marries this woman, and then all of a sudden he stops doing that and starts attacking the Irish mob for a lot of money. And you start seeing numbers. It looks like he kidnapped Frenchie, got $20,000. That's a lot of money as ransom to give it back. Threats about how you could get anyone anywhere with no traces, no witnesses, no evidence, and just like notes and evidences of hits. And then shortly after, there are these little like newspaper clippings of a bunch of Oni Madden's and Dutch Schultz's men being murdered in these kind of mysterious ways. Looks out, there's like more decapitations actually in some of these stories. And people kind of didn't like, I don't know, it's like mob hits. They didn't really sort of like think about it. And there's like no evidence in the stories that you can see that there's nobody knows who did it or why. But the notes from Scott Jones, even more panicked as they go on. He's certain that they did it. And then you see the story of when Mad Dog Cole gets assassinated. He gets killed. And he gets killed in a neighborhood drugstore in the middle of the day. And again, mob hits in the middle of the day are not in public, in places where civilians are not really done. It's not, that's not the, you know what I mean? Because if you like too obvious, too upfront, if there are civilians, then the police are going to come after you. If you only kind of kill other mobsters, the police might leave it alone. You can buy that off. But clearly he was a bit of a problem. And the story, the newspaper story, you can read it. It says that that he had bodyguards, of course, right? He had bodyguards, and they just mysteriously disappeared right before the gunman walked in and killed him. And then there's this set of notes about the wife.
Yeah.
Lottie Kreisberger, how she apparently, according to the notes, went to the police and told the police that Oni Madden did it, that he was the one who killed her husband, and she wanted justice for her husband's murder. And the police didn't seem to do anything, right? Like they didn't do anything. But then you notice, you sort of go through these notes that Oni Madden was actually picked up on a parole violation and sent to prison. And he only just got back recently.
Okay.
He was only in prison for like 2 or 3 years for this parole violation. And so like he went away not for the murder of this woman's husband, but for this parole violation. And you haven't really heard, there's no more notes about her. There's just a couple notes that like she's like a fashion designer. And that's like just a couple notes there. And also that, but there's nothing more about her besides the fact that after he went away, there doesn't seem to be any more sort of reports about her. But then, Oni Madden got out of prison and he went back to working at the Cotton Club and making it a big deal. And you notice some sort of clippings, right? That Oni Madden's been in the paper quite a lot recently. In the last, 6 months, maybe, looking sort of fabulous as like a club owner, an entrepreneur. And you can see, pictures of him with celebrities, with Duke Ellington at the club and Cab Calloway and Adelaide Hall. And so clearly he is, I mean, from all the looks, he's like a legitimate businessman, but he's very showy at the moment since he's been back, showing off his success in the club and all of that. But yeah, sort of looking at it, it looks like this guy Mad Dog, he's dead. He was killed about 3 years ago. All the evidence points to the fact that it was his own boss who killed him because,
he's doing bad things.
He was doing bad things. He was killing his people and kidnapping his people for ransom, and that's just not going to stand for very long. But that is what you have.
The only wild thing about this entire thing is why would Oni Madden kill his own dude?
The Mad Dog Cole?
The guy who found the river.
That's a good question.
That's the only thing that's making me not think it's Oni Madden. It's making me think it's Lottie Kreisberg. Do I have any information on Lottie Kreisberg's anything other than that she was married to him?
You got that she was married. It sort of mentioned that she was a sort of a fashion designer.
Right.
And that she was adamant and that she apparently was like it says in the notes, like my police contacts say that she kept hounding them.
Can I know I can go to the Cotton Club. That's my last minute. Got to get a story. Leverage everything. I think Lottie Kreisberg, can I find her in the newspaper?
Can find her in the phone
Or
book.
in the yellow page, the phone book. Yeah.
Yeah, because before the current times, you could find anybody's home address in the white pages.
Yeah,
just
no.
looking it up.
They still kind of did that when I was a kid. Like,
isn't that interesting? Because I feel like people today would lose their mind if you could just look up anybody's home address. But that was just how it was. You just look at people's home addresses.
What were you gonna do about it? Everything is now.
Yeah, you know. And if you go and look in the address up, if you look up her address, yeah, she's there. She's listed as having a current address. And she lives in Harlem.
Oh. Well,
which would make sense because she was married to an Irish mobster. And Hawkins, unless you paid extra for the unlisted number, yep. She lives, so if that's where the Irish mobsters lived, they lived in Harlem. So she, and apparently she still lives in Harlem. She lives Lottie Kreisberger Call on 140th Street between Lenox and 7th Avenue. And there's like little clippings, right? You can see these little clippings of her at her husband's trial. Just a little like leaving. She was apparently very invested in her husband. They must have loved each other very much. But timing-wise, he did not break off on his own and start doing his own thing until after he married her.
Right. I think I'm gonna take. I'm assuming there's free donuts in the lounge.
Oh yes.
I'm gonna grab one cup of coffee, go straight there. Mm-hmm. It's still like 1 o'clock, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. You head down towards Lottie's place, and when you get there, it is a 5-story building, just like all the other ones. Right. Same kind of setup. And when you walk up there to her apartment door, everything seems quiet.
I think I'm gonna knock on the door.
There is no answer.
I'm going to look left, look right, and I'm gonna lockpick.
Lockpicking is not a problem for you.
No, it's the getting caught.
When you walk in, the apartment is cramped. It's a little small. And the minute you walk in, you feel it's the mirrors. It's the mirrors. A family would find this apartment cramped, but for a widow by herself, it would be comfortable. The decor is tasteful, European, stylish, but there's not a lot of it. But when you walk into the living room, on one side of the living room is this massive mirror. And on the other side of the opposite wall is another massive mirror. And in this living room, all you can see are the strange it's like you're in a fractured images. Do you know what I mean? Like going back and forth, like you're just seeing reflections in an infinite loop. And it gives the room this really strange feeling, as if the room itself would just go on and on and on, and it doesn't feel right. And on the mantelpiece, there are all of these pictures, maybe 4 or 5, of the man that you recognize from the newspaper clippings as Mad Dog Call, and a woman. with standing next to him, and it looks like one of them might have been their wedding day. She's not wearing a wedding dress. She's wearing like a simple suit. And the other is like them sort of happy. She's a brunette. Ellie was described as a blonde, but she's a brunette. I would say she's probably about 30 or so, about that age. Sort of sharp, a little angular. And she's not smiling. She seems intense. And she is looking at the camera intently. You cannot see all of her, but in one photo, you notice a little flash right around her wrist, just like something in the camera caught something on her wrist that gives a little flash, but you can't see what it is. There are other things though that you notice in this apartment, depending on how much you want to investigate it. You notice I suppose it depends on how much you want to search her apartment, which is kind of rude, but you know.
Claudia knows this is what's happening, and I really don't like it. But now the question is, what do I do with this story? I can't publish it. I can't just say this person's doing the murders. I have a couple of contacts that I can.
Do you want to search her apartment? Do you want to snoop?
I do want to snoop. Here's the thing. I can't do anything. I for sure know this is the murderer. If I can get just enough information to go to the mob, I can let Luciano know who killed Tony. I need proof that this person killed Tony. I feel like if I can find anything that of Tony's in this house, so I'm gonna snoop a little bit. I'm gonna be as safe as possible. But yeah, I'm gonna snoop.
You snoop a bit. When you go
I put my hand in my purse and grab my gun.
Okay. When you go into the bedroom, you see that it's kind of like a museum. You know her husband's been dead for about 3 years, but his suit is laid out on a chair as if he could go and pick it up. All of his clothes are still in the closet. Everything is still in the dresser drawers. There are 2 different nightstands on either side of the bed, including his cigarettes and her cigarettes. It's as if she's waiting for him to come back or something. And you notice a sketchbook. You notice a couple of things. One thing you notice is a sketchbook. It's sort of large. And you notice a diary. And you notice an empty binoculars case. But it is not a set of cheap binoculars or like a small one. It looks like a binoculars case for like a fairly sort of like heavy duty, sort of like really, there's like, oh, hey, binoculars, right?
Yeah.
And there's like binoculars. Yeah. It looks like a case for really like high powered binoculars. And then this sketchbook and then a diary.
Cameras would be so helpful right now. I'm gonna.
Did you take your camera with you?
I did not. I have my gun. I am going to open the diary and specifically open to yesterday.
The diary is... 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 The diary is when you go to look for yesterday, you actually see an entry for today. Like, that's the most recent one. There was one that was done not long ago. It looks like maybe you just missed her.
Good.
She might have just left wherever she's going not long ago. And the diary entry for today says, and the writing is, disturbed. This is a person who had good penmanship, I suppose, but the loops start getting weird. You know what I mean? Like, there's something shaky about it. And it just says, finally. I thought Sal would never take the bait, even after Tony. They're meeting Madden at midnight at the grocer's at 132nd. If this goes right, the Italians will destroy everything that SOB has ever built.
Okay. Okay. I am going to take this diary.
There's more. If you want
There's
to read it.
more?
I mean, it's a whole diary. It goes back.
I think this is enough. I think I'm going to take this. I'm going to put it in my bag.
You don't want to know what else she's thinking? Do you want to know
wait. Is there more to this entry? Is there more to this entry?
No, this entry was like hastily written. So that basically she's like, oh, there's a meetup tonight at midnight. I'm so excited.
I think I'm going...
And her binocular case is empty, by the way.
I will look through the sketchbook. I think I will.
Sketchbook is, it's fine. It's normal. It's cool. It's just, fashion sketches. You know? Dress designs.
Mm-hmm. Oh, cool.
Yeah. I mean, that's normal. At least to start. The dress designs, they look, fashionable. She seems to be relatively up to date. Sort of suits, a lot of women's suits. And if you notice, there's actually like little evidence that maybe she still does tailoring a little bit in her home. I also want to point out that she is right in the middle of the neighborhood of the people who killed her husband. Like, she did not move. She is still here. She did not go anywhere.
Mm-hmm.
But when you look at the fashions, they are modern. They're a little European for, I suppose you could say, American taste. But they are, they're nice. A little, but as it goes on, they get a little bit avant-garde.
Fair.
I'm
all about the avant-garde.
And then they start getting a little bit weirder. They're still clothes, but then it starts looking like it's all these women's suits, but they're all covered in mirrors. It's just like suits, jackets, dresses, pants, hats, and everything is covered in like mirrors, like little tiny mirrors everywhere. And it's like page after page after page of suits, women covered in mirror pieces, shards of mirrors. And then it stops being suits at all. And it starts being the charcoal being used to just make swirls of darkness.
As soon as I start to see like the mirror thing, I'm like, okay. Like, because here's the thing. I have the story. Vivian knows it, and she's gonna spread it. She don't need to know the monster portion.
But you saw something. You closed it, right? You're like, I don't need to see this. You just saw this swirl of charcoal as if it were just some kind of,
But I saw it.
You saw something. You didn't know what it was, and you close it really quickly. Like, you didn't look, but you did see something like, it looked like an elongated head deep in that charcoal swirl. But you only brief, like it was like half a second, just something coming out of this
I think I imagined it.
You
I actually don't
probably
think I
did.
saw it.
You
Yeah,
probably did.
I think Vivian is going to put the drawing exactly back where it was.
Mm-hmm.
Take a breath. Is there a phone in this place?
There is.
Going to go to that phone. Okay. Is Lucy
Lucky
Oh
Luciano.
no. Oh, okay. I have Marty's phone number,
You do
right?
have Marty's phone number.
I'm going to call Marty right now.
I need a stealth roll from you.
Are you sure about that?
I am sure about it.
Okay, I have 1 dice.
Mm-hmm. You need a 5.
Oof. Oof a doof.
Mm-hmm. You need a 5.
Let's go for it.
All right. I'm ready. Let's see how it goes. A 1.
I've been hitting those ones lately, haven't I?
Mm-hmm. So, you pick up the phone. And you have been in this room for a little bit, yeah?
Mm-hmm. The mirror room.
The mirror room with the weird angles. They make strange angles. And as you are there picking up the phone, the dial tones are loud. You know, old school phones. And that dial tone just makes a little bit of sound. It's not a lot, but it feels loud in this apartment. And you, just at that last moment, you hear it. You hear, "She's there." And the door is kicked in. And there are these 3 burly, I need a little bit better music for this moment. Thank you. These 3 burly men break in. And you don't know them,
No.
but you know them. They look to you like 3 large, armed, angry, and violent Italian mobsters. And they have their guns out, and they're like, "We got you now, Lottie."
Okay. I'm going to use my cool dice.
Yep,
This is it.
this is an advance of 3.
Uh,
Tell me what you say.
and
They've got
I'm
guns. They think you are
No.
her.
And I'm going to say very clearly, I am not Lottie. Marty sent me. Luciano's in trouble.
Roll your cool test. Advance of a 3.
Okay, let's do it. Let's do it.
2.
5.
That's a 2. You need a 3.
Oh, sorry. Plus my. Oh, do I get an extra cool?
You can use your edge that you got to get an extra die.
I would like that.
And only because that you did so well in like holding it together. When these people are, these guys, 3 guys with guns, being violent, being ready to murder you or something because they're very mad at you. Because they think that you know.
No, they do think I'm Lottie, which is fair. I'm in Lottie's house. Like, I'm a
Using your
30-year-old
phone,
woman.
Get rid of your holding it together and you get 1 more die.
Okay. All I need is a 1, right? Like, I got this.
This is correct.
Okay. Okay, man, dice has been rough lately. 4.
So they're like, "All right, Lottie, you're coming with us."
I'm not Lottie. Marty sent me. Luciano's in trouble. I have all the information.
Who are you? If you're not Lottie, who are you?
I'm Vivian Sinclair.
And they're like
I'm a reporter.
clearly they're like, because you just said Marty, and they're like, they're trying to figure out if they know that name, and like, there's a little bit of like a pause, like a.
I know about Tony. I saw him die yesterday. I'm working on this with Marty to try to figure this out.
And then one of them looks at you a little closer. Just a little closer. He steps up to you and he looks at you up and down. And I'm going to need a roll from you. I'm going to need... What do I need from you? I think I might need... disguise.
Oh, good. Okay. Okay.
I think I'm going to need a disguise roll from you.
Okay.
Yes, I think that is what I'm going to need. And I'm going to need a disguise roll of... what is it going to be? It's like a... I think... No, that's not what you need. I need from you a disguise roll of... 5.
5?
Mm-hmm.
I don't...
To advance.
Yeah, right. I'm going to make the roll, and I have 1 dice. I'm wishing very hard.
There is an extra problem if you need it.
I'll take the problem.
You want to take an advance?
No, I'll roll first.
But
Okay.
It's your choice. It's your choice.
No, I'll roll first.
Okay. You need a 5 stealth. 5 disguise.
Did it? Oh, I thought it rolled. Oh, let me try. Oh, there it is.
5. Looks you up and down. Gets really close to you. And you can tell he's not trying to figure out if you really are Lottie.
Mm-hmm.
And he looks at you and he goes, nah. And the other guys are looking at him like, what's up? What's up, Vito? What is it? It's like, nah, she just reminded me of somebody, but it's nothing. And at that moment, you're like, oh, he's one of the guards of the club. He's one of the guards. He's one of the bodyguards. He's one of the bouncers at the Fantasia. And you're like, that one right there, one of the bouncers at the Fantasia. And he thought he recognized you as Betty, but he doesn't. Like, your disguise as Betty was good enough that he doesn't actually put the two together. It's just for a moment when you spoke, he recognized your voice. He thought he did. But then he's like, nah. And they're like, but he reaches over and he takes the phone and he dials a number.
Okay.
And he waits. And he goes, Mr. DiMucci, I'm asking if, just wanting to know if you happen to know Vivian Sinclair. You do? Uh-huh. She says that Lucky Luciano's in trouble.
Just give me the phone. I think she's like, just give me the phone.
Yes, sir. And hands you the phone.
Great. And I think she, at the time, puts down the phone with the bag. And I know that there's a loaded gun in there, but actually loaded guns don't go off.
No.
But the safety's on. But definitely the brick sound you hear.
Yeah.
And then she's like, Marty.
He goes,
listen.
Hey, Vivian, what are you talking about? What's going on?
I'm at Lottie's apartment. We're following the same thing. Lottie's going to make an attempt on Luciano when he meets with the Irish mom today.
Wait. I'm sorry. We got to rewind a little bit. How do you know about this?
I'm a reporter. It's my job, Marty. We can go into my specifications if you want, but we don't got time.
All right. Lucky's not going to be at the meeting tonight, though.
The 1 p.m. at the grocer?
Midnight.
That's bad handwriting.
No, that's going to be... And you can tell that, like, there's this frustration, like, that you know about the secret meeting. It's a secret meeting. It's a secret meeting. He's like, no, that's going to be Salvatore. He's one of the guys. And Irish fellow, Tony Madden, is they're working out there's a little bit of tension. You might have noticed there was a story in the paper about it. And they're gonna talk, about upcoming gang war, as it were.
They can't talk there. I don't care if they talk, but it's not going to go well. And I like this area enough that I don't want a gang war happening because some broad is moving in and killing people with mirrors. And I can tell you more about it, Marty, but
Wait,
not on
what?
the phone. I think at this point, like Vivian like looks at like it's spooky, right? And like motions to all the mirrors.
And the guys are like, yeah, it's pretty spooky.
And then like I don't know how he does it, but y'all know how Tony died with weird marks, right?
Yeah, I know about that. So what you're telling me is some kind of a setup for tonight.
Yes. Lottie's got a setup for tonight. I would still send people there to pick up Lottie because she's not going to stop. This place is dreadfully depressing. And I got evidence in my bag right now that's going to take her down.
You got proof of this.
Mm-hmm. I got her journal. And I think I read I'm like, we don't got time. And I think I actually read it. Like,
And he's like, all right, well, if there's a setup. All right, reporter. We'll move it. Not going to tell you where.
Please don't.
Make sure I get some messages out. I'm going to want to see this evidence of yours, though. Because, got to see it. This is like it's a big deal. I'm going to want to see it maybe first,
Mm-hmm.
And before I call it off, because it's going to be embarrassing and all that, you know what I mean? It's going to look like, because here's the thing. This is our safe space. We got security on lock in this thing. Wait a minute. Hold on. Does this woman got an army or anything? Because, I mean, we got really good security. There's no way.
This weapon is deadlier than any army.
What does she got? Like poison gas or something?
Oh gosh. Is there? I got it. It's yes, nuclear. I got it. It's something nuclear. Like it could take out a whole building without even keeping the building safe. It only goes after people.
Oh well. Okay.
This might be a lie. I might have to roll this lie.
Well, that will be a push. That will be a push.
I will push it because I just
need.
Yeah.
It'll be a push. Because that is a push.
Because it's oh gosh, do they even have the concept of disease yet?
Well, you got like World War I, you got all that sort of like nerve gas, poison gas, all that kind of stuff that would take people out. Yeah, but push will do it for you.
Okay, I'll do that then. Goodbye, last push. Hope I don't need you for anything later.
And it's like, well, all right, if she's got some kind of weird German nerve gas or something, we'll move it. We'll move the meeting somewhere else. You're gonna have to move real quick though. All right, legs. I'm gonna take care of this because that's no good. What is wrong with what did this? Why does this broad want to kill our people?
I think she just wants to take care of the Irish mob, and she knows you guys can do it best.
All right. Well, thank you very much for letting me know. You're gonna have to. All right. Just I'll make the move. I'm gonna want to see you in my office, or there's an Italian restaurant. Not tonight, but maybe a little bit later. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll you know what? I'm gonna go personal down in this the grocery tonight, and if she shows up, I'll get her.
Marty, I you're a swell guy that's
Yeah.
murdered probably too many people.
What do you mean?
I like having you a part of my team. And if you die, I don't have my way in to protect your guy next time.
All right, well, but if she's gonna be there, right? Just catch her.
I think instead you should plan not to be in there, but to get her when she comes back here.
All right.
Mm-hmm.
Let me have Vito on the phone.
I think Vivian just passes it back.
And the big guy's like, yes, sir. Uh, 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 yeah, Mr. DeRossi had us staking out the place, right? Okay. Keep staking it out. All right, sure. Yep. She says she's gonna come back. Okay. All right. We're supposed to let the dame go? No, we didn't touch her. No, right? Yeah, yes, sir. Okay. Yeah. Oh, no, I understand. Yes, sir. Hands back the phone. It's dead.
Hang it up.
We're supposed to apologize for making your day difficult, and that's it. So we're sorry for making your day difficult.
Thanks for trying your best. You were just a little bit behind me.
Yeah. We're gonna stay waiting inside the apartment for her to come back.
If just be careful then. You're a good kid.
Oh, we can take care of a dame. She can't be dangerous.
And I think Vivian's like, because like, just be careful. It's, nerve gas.
Yeah. We'll just deck her. She comes in with nerve gas. We'll just deck her. It'll be fine. She can't release no nerve gas if she's unconscious. And
I think with that, Vivian's like, I sure hope so. And Vivian leaves with the diary, and I know that she's gonna have to go see Marty.
Yep.
So
but that's probably later, right? Because he's got work to do now.
Mm-hmm. And I think what I'm gonna do is make photocopy. I don't know if I need a photocopy there.
You can take photographs.
Yeah. I did it.
Except
I think that's what he's like. I stopped the murderer. I lost my story. Like, I think she goes home.
But did you stop the murderer?
Yeah, I did. They're gonna not kill those people. There's not gonna be a mob war in Harlem.
You did say you were reading the diary, though, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. It starts off quite mundane. She seems to be mostly a little bit. She talks about meeting him and how handsome he is, and she's very excited. And there's you might be skimming through moments where she's frustrated that she's not more successful in fashion, and that Americans are not fashionable enough. They don't understand the avant-garde. It's fair. Mostly sort of, mostly just sort of mundane things. But then it starts becoming that she thinks that her husband doesn't have enough vision, and that he's being held down, and that he really needs to strike out on his own, and that she has the tools that can help him do that. And she describes a stone that she got from her father, that he got in a town that was completely empty of all people during the First War. And that her father never really understood it. the stone. He didn't understand the possibilities. She describes how she experimented with this symbol. She's learned over time. People died, of course, and this experimentation was always experimentations. That she would draw this symbol, and you see this symbol in a matchbook. When she placed the symbol on the stone, it would burst into flame, and then it would come. It would come. Of course, the problem with it is that it will go after whoever brought it forward. But she learns ways to distract it, to have it go after someone else. You have to, it goes after what it can see in the reflections. If you can reflect the victim you want into the mirrors, it will go after that, because it cannot really see when it's blinded by the mirrors. And of course I need protection. My husband became so frightened of it, because it got its smell, but he was weak. Then they killed him. And I knew I had to get revenge. I had to wait. And then it's like, a new Italian club is opening in this neighborhood. If I can get my job there, I can perhaps convince the Italians to kill that man for me. The man who was not punished for my husband's death. And then she describes like being at this club. It looks like she was there for months.
No, it sounds like she had to have been.
Right? And she was there. It looks like a long time. And she's going through how she's getting all the information, getting in their trust. She starts dating Tony to find out everything she needs to know in order to sort of set this up. And then within the last week, she talks about, she's like, so what you have to do is you have to stalk them like some sort of prey, but you need distance. You need to be able to see them. You need high distances. And then she talks about how she lured Ricky. She said, I will just start killing the Italians. They will blame the Irish. And it's like, oh, I will send them threatening. I sent the threatening notes. I got the little children to send the notes. They aren't taking the notes yet. Now, this Ricky fellow. Tony says that these are his friends. I'll kill Ricky. I lured him away onto the roof. I killed him. My bracelet of mirrors protects me. It will protect me. It can never get me when I have it. And I watched it consume Ricky. Left his body out in the front to be found. But then I thought that would be too much. So then I hid the body. Just let him be missing. Didn't do it. So I went after, what was his name? Jimmy? Killed him. Wasn't enough. They weren't taking it. They kept thinking it wasn't. I don't know why they think that it was just stolen money. I don't know why. I have to make it worse. This time I'll leave a body, but I'll go after the Irish. I know a place where I can stalk them and watch them across the street from the club. And I'll leave the body just right in front of their club. That'll start the war. That'll do it. So I lured just someone who didn't know me from before, and it was so close when it came. I had to do it on the street, and it was so close. I don't like being on the street. I like being farther away so I can see them, but it can't see me. I left the body there, but the war didn't start, and so I had to. I killed Tony. That will do it, and I just have to do it. Just in the face. They can't deny us anymore. Did it again. I got Tony and I looked at his face. Moving the body was not easy. I think I ripped a bit of my clothing, but this time it was different. It Smelled me. He came after me. I had to hide. Lock the door. But he can come through anything. But my bracelet protected me again. Left the body right in front. And then the last entry. Finally. I knew it. I thought that he would never take the bait Sal, but even after I killed Tony last night, but they're going to meet tonight with Madden. Tonight at the grocery. If this all goes right, the Italians will destroy everything. But I'll be there to make sure. I'll be there to make sure it goes the way I want. They don't kill him, I will kill them all. The Grosh one, 136.
So I've read the diary. I'm probably at home by now.
How are you feeling?
What time is it?
Ooh, I would say you've done a lot of research, a lot of reading. I would say it's probably getting around 5 or 6 in the evening.
Okay, I'm gonna make one last call to Marty.
You call him, but he does not answer.
That's
the secretary says that he's off on business.
That's fair. I'm not going down there. I have the story. I think I'm gonna call Peaches.
She's like, "Hey, you coming in tonight?"
I'm not.
Oh.
I blew my own cover.
Oh.
You know what? Can you tell them all I was too scared?
Scared of what? Oh, after the body. Yeah.
Yes, yeah. Tell them I was too scared after the body. Cause I got caught. I said my name to somebody who I didn't know, and
yeah. Hey,
just
can I ask you a question?
Sure.
You know your boyfriend?
Yeah.
Sort of handsome guy? Brown hair?
Yeah. Yeah.
I saw him outside of the club.
The officer?
Is he a police officer?
I gotta go. And I think she hangs up the phone and picks up the phone, and does O'Connor pick up?
No. But I mean, he could be at the office.
Yeah, I'll go down to the office. Once again, I drink the cold pot that's left from the roommate, and I run. I keep the journal with me. I think, do I have a hand mirror?
You do.
I take it with me.
Because you have a hand mirror.
I have a hand mirror.
Yes, you do.
I take my gun. I wrap the hand mirror in like a scarf to try to protect it from my brick. Got a lot going on in there. And I run to the police. I even take a taxi.
Take a taxi.
It's about speed.
It's when you get there, it's now dark. It's hit darkness. It's about 7, and you walk into the station, and the station is bustling and busy, and you know where his desk is, and people nod. People,
they know,
but you had this sort of complicated relationship with them because you were involved in reporting some corruption in the police force, and not all of them like you very much. Not all of them really like Joe very much either. But you know, you're there. And when you go to his desk is empty. And there are like a couple of desks that are empty in the precinct. You don't know all the people, but like it's a little bit empty today.
Who's the nearest desk that has somebody in it?
Oh, there's a desk like right over there, and there's a woman, and she's a police lady.
I love it.
And
let's see if Vivian loves it.
Let's see, because you know how Vivian is. And and she's there, and she's looking. She's about maybe a couple years younger than you, maybe. She's wearing a wedding ring. She's in her uniform. It's very sharp, and she's like she's typing up a report with her typewriter, and she's got her hair pulled back.
Hi. I think your hair is very good for this job. Did he go to the grocery store?
She looks very suspicious at you.
We're kind of... We're deathly in love. I mean,
Excuse me. She gets up and she walks over to what is clearly the office of someone much more in charge than her. And you can see her talking to someone who looks like some kind of sergeant or chief and pointing to you with a little bit of a look of alarm.
I think Vivian's just like...
And he walks out and he goes, well, 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 Miss Sinclair.
And I know this officer's name.
You do. He is Joe's boss. And Joe and this guy, they do not get along very well. This is Sergeant Flannery. He never got caught on corruption. But, you know.
Sergeant Flannery, it's a pleasure to talk to you again. And I think she says that because he did not give her any comments for her paper.
Yep. It's, what are you doing here at our office, and what do you know about the grocery store, Miss Sinclair? Which is clearly none of your business.
It surprisingly had to do with a completely different article. I am a Dr. Connor in weeks.
Are you
Why did you send him here? No, it's gonna get hotter than ever.
I don't need to know about your personal life, Miss Sinclair.
You asked.
I'm sorry that I did. I'm not
Sergeant,
going on the record for anything. You know that. I'm not talking to the press, especially somebody who doesn't respect what we do.
I'm here because I respect... Okay. Did you send him on this particular place that I don't know where he is, but you might, and I have some important information for him to keep him safe?
Miss Sinclair, I don't know how you know about that location, but you should stay away.
You know what? You're exactly right. Thank you for talking some sense into me, Sergeant.
Good. This is not any kind of business for you. I do not want any kind of obstruction of justice.
Of course. Because justice is your number one priority. I know. And I think with that, like, Vivian just walks back out. like one of the... I think at this point, Vivian is starting to be like, it's been 48 hours and she has 3 hours of sleep and she looked at the spiral. And so that's every time she sees a mirror, she's like, I don't know how it works. And so she heads for the grocery store.
It's nighttime when you head there. It's dark. It's dark.
It is.
And the grocery store is on one of those little kind of weird and those weird corners that are not like right angles, but like kind of narrow. And it's right in the corner of this this sort of weird block. And the block itself is actually somewhat abandoned industrial. It's a little grocery store that's got 2 stories. The bottom story is the grocery store. The top story would be like an apartment, and that is probably where the meeting was supposed to happen. And when you look around this place, it's mostly flat. You've got the subway train. It's like a bridge, like a subway bridge that goes above it. Everything else here is pretty sort of short and flat. It's dark. But as you look, You don't see anyone around. The mobsters, a light is on, but you don't see the cars that you would recognize. So you're thinking that perhaps that light might be on as a decoy. But you don't, like, you might see like maybe like a homeless person sitting somewhere off in the corner. But it seems pretty empty at the moment.
Can I now know the MO of Lottie. Is there any buildings that I think are particularly easy to get into and using the binoculars can see into the window?
Yeah. So you're thinking, like, if I were going to be peeping at somebody, so from a height.
And if I can use my reporter ability of sneaking some shots and thinking about that, I would love to.
Yes. Because you're a reporter, and you would think, like, you have an eye. This is actually what you do. Somebody else maybe would not be able to think this out, but you look, and you ponder, and two things occur to you at once. One might make you feel better than the other. Probably neither one of them. What would Joe be doing here for? What would he be doing here? Why would he be here?
I think Joe is here to catch the mob bosses?
Yep.
Oh, man. He's too good.
He must have heard about this sting, about this meeting, and he thinks that he can catch them, probably in relationship to Tony's murder, because as far as he knows. But when you look, how do I put this? If he's here for a sting, there probably should be more undercover people around. You don't know where he is, but there are not enough. You might suspect that he was not given enough backup for this mission. You don't know where he is, but he's probably lurking somewhere. And he probably should have more support than he does, because you're not seeing it. Unless they're just really good at hiding. But
they're not.
But that said, you look around, and it's their photography. It's about where you'd get that angle. And there is this elevated track near the grocery store. And that is no good, right? That track is not actually, that would not be useful. But at the end of the block, there's a railroad bridge right when the train makes this turn. And there is a ladder up there. You think that you could, if you were her, that would be the perfect place to get a view using your photography skill to get there. You have to sort of go up. There's like there's a tower. You'd have to go up this tower, go across an elevated, an open metal, like there's an open metal staircase. You'd have to go, like, you'd be very exposed getting to the space, but once you got there, you would be completely hidden from outside. And you would be able to sort of look into the grocery store and take out whoever it would be there.
So she has to be there until she lights the fire. So she's there now.
She might be. I mean, you're still a little bit early. Like, you don't know if she's gotten there already. It's only just sort of gotten dark, so she may or may not be there yet. You don't know.
And I don't know what it's like up there. I don't know if there's any hiding spots up there.
But there's clearly like a covered spot near this sort of tower that if she were going to hide, that would be where she would do it.
I'm gonna go there.
I need a preparedness from you.
Oh, okay. I don't think you've used this one yet. Oh, it's one dice. Okay, let's do it. Let's do it. Bam.
It's a 5.
It's pretty good.
That is pretty good. So you climb up this ladder that's got like a cage around it, and you make your way up, and like you've got the subways rolling by, and when you climb up, you are now high up in the air, and there's very little to protect you as you walk across this sort of grate. And if she is in this, and you can see this sort of like dark, hidden place that would be where she would be. If she is in there, she has a gun. You are dead meat. You are open, you're exposed, and she can see you. You creep, using your preparedness, across, step by step, across this bridge. And when you move into this dark space, it is empty. She is not here yet, but this is where she will be.
Well, then I will turn the safety. I will be here. I am going to, I'm going to be here. I'm going to prepare. I'm going to turn the safety of my gun, and I'm going to wait.
You're there. Do you peep out?
No.
You stay hidden, so you can see nothing, but no one can see you. And you've used your preparedness to give yourself a really good sort of.
I want to make sure I get a full shot of her before. Or no, I'm not actually going to shoot. I won't be that close, but I want to make sure I have a full aim.
You're undercover. You can hear cars moving in the background here and there. You don't know where he is, but you know that Joe is also waiting for this meeting to happen somewhere, because he does not know that it was moved to a different place. And you know that somewhere Lottie is out there.
Mm-hmm.
And you know the mobsters are not going to be there.
Right.
And you wait. And about 11 o'clock at night, about an hour before the meeting, you start hearing a clatter. Someone's coming.
Okay.
And slowly, you can start hearing the steps across that metal walkway approaching to where you are. You can't see her because you've blocked yourself off. She can't see you. And then she steps into, it's like a tower, right? You're like in a kind of like a railway tower. And she steps into the railway tower where you are. You are so close to her. And she does not look the same as she does in those photographs. She's now dyed her hair blonde. So she looks different. And it's not so much her as the sparkle of her bracelet. The bracelet is mirrors, shards of mirrors. It's like a charm bracelet, but it's not like charm bracelets are like fluid and moving. This is solid. It's like pieces of sharp mirror crushed, soldered together. It's solid. It doesn't move. It's like this very sort of solid bracelet, and it casts these strange lights that could be somewhat hypnotizing, easily distracting. But you did very well on your preparedness. And when she walks in, she walks right past you. She doesn't see you at all, and she goes immediately to it's not a window because it's just like open, right? Like the open spot, and she steps there, right there to overlook this grocery store.
Does she have
perfect spot for her?
Does she have the? I'm so sorry.
That's it.
I'm so sorry.
No, we're good.
So she's. Does she pull out? I'm sorry. I feel so bad that I interrupted.
No,
I'm just so nervous. Does she have the binoculars?
She does, and they're around her neck, and they are these large, like bird watching binoculars.
Great.
And she leans forward, not towards you, but away from you, right? She leans to this opening, and it's like she's leaning up against it so she can just lean out, and she brings up these binoculars, and she's humming some tune. It's a little tuneless, and her hands are a little bit nervous. And like, you notice this grotesque smile, this grin, as she sort of puts her binoculars up to look. And you can just hear her mutter, "The light's on. They're coming. Not here yet. I got here before them." And like, it's there's this tapping of her foot as she leans and she's getting ready.
Okay.
And she mumbles. She says, "As he took away my love, I will take everything from them. Everything. Yes. And Betsy will shoot him. Betsy will shoot him when he arrives." Very well. It will be so glorious to watch him be shot down.
I am going to pull out my gun, and I think sometimes with guns there's a little like clicky noise, and I'm going to try to kind of make that noise clear, and I'm going to say, "Drop your bracelet."
Oh my goodness. Out of the silence, right? It's just her and her muttering, the clicking of her shoe. There's that cocking of your weapon, and you say, "Drop the bracelet." And she spins around in shock because you have the drop on her. Like you, like she did not know you were there. You were right there in her face, and she sees you, and she has no idea.
She doesn't know who I am.
She has no idea who you are. Actually, I'm gonna need a disguise roll. Actually, is what I'm gonna need.
Frick. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
A disguise roll. Is what?
5.
5. She looks at you, and it's almost as if you are somewhat familiar to her, which says to you that she has been stalking that club recently, because you have, you've only, like, that she has been around that club yesterday probably, but she doesn't quite get you. She's not quite certain who you are.
Right.
But it looks like she's trying to place you, and you're like, you know what I mean? Like, she's, and she says, "Okay, it's all right. Don't worry. I will drop this bracelet. Who are you?"
Neighborhood thief. Want the bracelet.
All right. You look very well dressed for a scene.
Time's tough.
And then time's out. And she goes she says, "This bracelet is soldered on. It's not easy to take off. You'll have to excuse me. I must break it. I have the tool in my purse."
No,
it's all right. And she reaches into her pocket and she pulls out the stone. And she pulls out the matchbook. She says, "It's all right. It's all right."
I think I'm just going to shoot at the bracelet.
She's bringing these two things together as you fire.
Yes.
As you fire, I need from you fighting.
I have 2 dice, which is very nice right now.
You need a 9.
Fair.
1.
It's a really rough start. May I take the third problem?
Nope.
Didn't think so. All right. I'm going to continue then.
6. Okay. You fire, and the muzzle flash of your gun breaks open in the middle of this sort of dark tower that you're in, and you shoot, and you hit the bracelet, and the bracelet shatters. but you do not do so before she places the two things together. And the minute those two things touch, there's this strange symbol written in charcoal in this matchbook, and this stone which has this large claw mark impressioned in it. She puts it together at the exact moment that you shoot this bracelet, which shatters, and the bracelet shatters, and then the matchbook just erupts into flame. And then everything is quiet. But you hear something. You hear a sound. And she looks around in panic. And her eyes start darting from the corner. She starts looking every corner of this little tower you're in. And she starts on her knees. She starts grappling for these little pieces of mirror, and like they're cutting into her hands as she's picking up these little shards of mirror, and you can't understand what she's saying, but a fog starts rolling into the tower. You don't know where it came from. It seems to be coming from just the edges of the building, and then in the corner, the edge where the two walls meet, where this fog starts erupting, you hear panting. And as if it were only two-dimensional, you start noticing like a face of some sort. A face of a dog? A dog, but it's two-dimensional, so that doesn't make any sense. And this dog's face is elongated. It's much longer than any kind of thing you could have ever seen before, and as it emerges from the corner in a way that does not make sense, that cannot exist, it just starts unfolding into space, and it has a tongue, and this tongue is maybe 6 feet long that just hangs out of its mouth, and it is covered in this slime, this saliva, and this creature, which seems like a dog of angles that makes no sense, emerges from this space of nowhere. And I need a stability check from you.
Stability, I get 1 dice on. Two.
You need an 11 to advance.
Okay. These are pretty high rolls. Fair.
Because this is a thing.
This is it. This is the thing. And I can't be like, oh, my mirror will protect me, right? Because I have it.
You have it, but first we need the stability.
Okay. Okay. Totally fine. Totally fine. 5.
5.
9.
That's
Which
a
is
9.
Okay.
That is a 9. You are... It's hard to understand what you're seeing. It's hard to understand what you're seeing. You don't understand how this thing got here, or what it is, or what it's doing. And you keep your mind. You do not lose your mind. You are not understanding what you're seeing. You're not registering it exactly what it is. It doesn't make sense. Maybe you're thinking about Tony, the body of O'Malley. It's perhaps not clear to you exactly what this is, but this thing moves toward you. It emerges right where you are. It's right next to you. Right? The corner where you were hiding is exactly where it emerges. energies, and this thing is this close to you. And it snapped. And its teeth seem to be coming at strange angles, and its tongue snakes out, and it starts moving towards you. What do you do?
Can I stop breathing, pull out my mirror, and I would like to try to bounce the reflection towards Lottie.
And I need from you one more stability roll. And that's it. That's what I need.
Okay. I have no more pushes. I'm assuming no problems are available for me.
They are not. The problem is that this thing is right here.
Yeah, no, the problem is
face.
clear. Stability, I get 2.
You do?
Okay.
1.
Not a great start, champ.
6. That's what you needed for a hold. You turn the mirror towards Lottie. And this thing moves towards you, this unnatural hound whose body sometimes is 2-dimensional, sometimes 3-dimensional, where it doesn't make sense, and it just moves closer, and then it sees Lottie in the mirror. And then it smells Lottie. But it turns its head without turning its body. And she is on the ground in a panic, just trying to get up all the pieces of the mirror, and she's grabbing them and she's trying to hold them, and they're embedded in her hands that are bleeding. And the thing snakes out its tongue, and it goes right into her mouth. And you can see the tongue just whirling around her body as she cannot even scream. She can't scream, and you can't look away. And its tongue just, you can hear the squelching sound of whatever is happening inside of her body. And then the tongue wraps around her neck, snaps it off, sealing both ends, and her body falls right to the ground. And she's covered in slime. The saliva from this thing just everywhere. And the little stone, the matchbook is completely burned up, but the stone is sitting right between you and it. And it turns your direction. It starts to move forward. There's it, stone, and it steps forward a little closer. Do you make a move?
I'm trying to think what I'm supposed to do with the stone. I know that the stone controls it, but I don't want it. And I don't know if it'll leave if I don't grab it.
So do you
I think I
keep that mirror up?
I do definitely keep the mirror up. For sure, Z. Yes, I do. I keep the mirror, and I'm going to point it a little bit towards the reflection of the stone.
It sees the stone in the reflection of the mirror. And in an instant, it moves, and it pounces on the stone, and it crushes the stone and destroys it so that it is free and cannot be summoned again.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
The moment the stone is destroyed and it is freed, the thing holds up on itself as if it were a piece of paper. And then it slides in between the cracks of the building into the angle between the walls. It dissipates, and the fog rolls right back into the corner. You are alone with a body where the only blood is from the bleeding hands of this broken shards of a mirror bracelet. The neck is sealed shut on both ends, the head at a strange angle, and you know that inside the body, whatever it is, it's quiet. It's getting towards midnight. You are alone in this tower.
Vivian takes a couple breaths, picks up the mirror, puts the mirror back, kicks around the spots where her hand was on the ground, wherever that was. She did fall to the ground, and walks away. Walks to the nearest part of deep water, or takes the train to the nearest part of deep water.
Mm-hmm.
And if she's alone,
Mm-hmm.
throws the gun into the water, and then goes.
And to our denouement. Joe waited for hours for the mob meeting to happen so he could spring his trap, but they never showed, which was probably good for him in the end. He went back to the station. He was ridiculed and given a hard time for his case not working because he had a tip. He is certain, and you know this when he complains about it the next time you're together, he's certain that his boss tipped off the mob that he was coming.
Oh yeah,
He's
definitely just the
certain
mob.
that's what happened, right? That his boss is on the take and like tipped off the mob, and that's why he couldn't get that collar, and he stews on it.
Did he ever figure out that she went there to say something?
Mm-mm.
Oh, no one.
No. They mentioned that his girlfriend was there, but well, actually, they probably wouldn't because they think that not telling him would make it worse for him, and so they don't, right?
Okay.
Because they want to mess with him.
They don't like him.
They don't like him, so they don't want to be helpful. And at some point in time, somebody does mention that you were there, but it doesn't. But what? It's been a couple of weeks. What day? It's unclear when it was. I'm going to ask you.
Yeah.
This is how he is. He's having a bit of a time. Peaches continues to work.
Yeah.
Oni Madden, the owner of the Cotton Club, after that mob meeting, you don't know what was said, but he leaves New York. And he goes away. And that is the end of the Irish mob as being a force of power in New York, as the Italian mobsters take over this neighborhood as well. But what about Vivian? You have the unnatural forces mythos shock. Take that into account and tell me where we leave Vivian. Tell me about if she writes a final story or if she doesn't, and tell me what happens to her. Give us your input.
Yeah. Vivian, for the first time, does not has to turn down a article she wrote. Her editor is not pleased and states that this is obviously because I am a woman and
Mhm.
women don't deserve to be
Mhm.
here, and priorities are very key. And
Mhm.
even though I did just turn in a huge
Mhm.
paper turn,
Mhm.
I missed my deadline.
Mhm.
So with that, Vivian says she never took a vacation
Mhm.
and asked for vacation. And does she? Oh no, I did. I took one to
You did.
Florida.
Yeah.
Do I have any vacation time?
You do. They will certainly give
Great.
it to you.
Yeah, no, I take it.
Mhm.
Um, and I start looking for.
Joe would ask to come with you, but do you invite him along?
Oh yeah, no. I don't actually go on vacation during this vacation.
Yeah.
Um, I'm looking for openings in Los Angeles.
Mhm. Mhm.
For scoops.
Mhm.
Is there a position open? Um, if there is one,
Mhm.
I think she then offers, Joe, do you want to go somewhere where we are not have so many problems?
Vivian, listen. You know, I've got a job here. I've got a career here in New York. I'm doing important work. Got to clean up this city, and I don't want you to leave. Viv, you can't leave.
J-
I'm serious about you.
uh, Joseph, I'm more serious about you than you know. We made it through so much. New York is not good. New York is full of people and things and mobsters and corruption. And I think at this point she kind of like runs her hand over a new like piece, and
Mhm.
this piece is very reflective.
Mhm.
It's a huge portion. It's
Mhm.
it's some would call it gaudy,
Mhm.
but it
Mhm.
is
Mhm.
always on her since
Mhm.
as soon as she could get it like made by a jeweler, she had to go
Mhm.
to like the districts and find
Mhm.
the most sparkly obnoxious piece.
Mhm. Mhm.
I want you to think about it. I think there's opportunities in Los Angeles for a star reporter and for a bang up cop.
Vivian, and as he says this, something catches your eye, and it's the newspaper, and it's a photograph of Larry accepting a Pulitzer Prize for the story on Tony on behalf of Scott Jones. And there's Larry accepting this Pulitzer Prize on behalf of Scott P. Jones.
On behalf of Scott. I
Yes,
won't point out, it's still written to Scott.
on behalf of Scott, but it's not you. And you just notice this as Joe turns to you and he says, "Listen, this is my fault. I didn't do it right and I'm sorry. And I'm going to have to apologize again that I'm not doing it the right way this time as well. But listen, will you marry me? I don't have a ring on me and I'm sorry I don't." And he looks around and he like goes through his pockets, right? And he pulls out he just takes his police academy ring off and he says, "For now at least, I'm sorry I don't have the right ring. You don't have to run away from me and I'm sorry if I chased you away, but listen, will you marry me? You I'm sorry I made you feel like you had to leave,
No,
but you don't. Listen, here, please. I listen. I do love you, and I know that I know it's been complicated and all this, and I ask you to marry me. I'm not going to tie you down. You know what I mean? I'm here to support you. And I love you. Marry me.
Yeah. And is the ring at all reflective?
It is. It's this sort of nice policeman's, like, police academy ring with a bit of a jewel on it. So it's got that kind of reflective moment.
I think she takes her hand and puts it around his ring. It says, I have to tell you a story.
That's not a yes.
I'll tell you a couple stories.
It's not a no.
And I'm going to let you ask the question after I tell the stories.
All right. Oh.
And
let's go to a diner.
And I think we go to the diner, and I think, because I don't know how much of O'Connell knows about the last one, does he?
He doesn't know.
And I think over a couple cups of coffee, a couple things of pie, at least 2 servers, and I think 3 meatloaf sandwiches.
Yeah.
They talk it over, and she starts with that she heard something weird was going on when somebody came up to her and asked her to look into her husband who had been convicted of murder.
And as the lights go down and you tell this story, we will find out what happens with the next adventure. You think you see Charlie walking by in the reflection in the big sort of window of the diner, but probably not.
Probably not.
Somebody who looked like Charlie a little bit.
Oh yeah.
Just sort of
There's a lot
of people.
A lot of people in New York.
Walks by as our lights close. With you telling this story late into the night, all of the things you've experienced. To find out if he'll ask you the question after you finish. But that is where we will leave it for today.
Oof.
Oh! Thank you, everyone, for the slightly longer run. We wanted to finish it today because there might be a grandma trip.
There might
week.
be.
Yes.
It's got to be confirmed if it can be safe for grandma. So that's why it is tentative.
That mythos shock, those unnatural forces, that's going to stay with you.
Oh yeah. So I know that's going to make me more threatened by mythos, is what I'm guessing.
It means that is what's with you. You cannot shake it. It is now, it's gotten a hold of you.
Okay.
The idea of this, you're not, it's gotten a hold of you. It's in your mind. You know? It's in your mind. Ooh, I would like to, first off, we had some donations that come in.
Oh, so excited.
And I would like to read them out because that's important. Let's find out what kind of love we've gotten. Raina Terra donated saying, y'all's storytelling is always such a welcome escape. And I feel like the tongue messing up your organs while it sucks out all the blood of your body, also, that's an escape.
That's very cool.
To where? I don't know. It's an escape. Sweating Intensify donated $50. Thank you so much. That is amazing. And says, amazing job. You both are amazing in this. Props and respect. And Rissa, our lovely mod, thank you for being here, gives us 200 bits and says, this means we may someday get part 3. And that is true. That is true.
Surprised I didn't die.
You didn't die.
Very clearly.
You could have, but here's the thing. You brought a mirror with you.
I know.
You brought a mirror and you did not get any of those setbacks. If you had advanced, you would have been like, I'm on it. I'm fine. Psychologically, I'm okay. You're just not that okay psychologically.
I am not.
No. If you'd taken the stone, that would have been really bad for you.
Okay, I was thinking it was probably going to be really bad.
Yeah.
And I was like, I don't think Vivian would want it anyways.
Because it's what its purpose is, the Hound of Tundalos, is to destroy that stone. And anybody who has it, they're going to kill. But she keeps deflecting it, right? So it's going to kill whoever, because it needs to not be summoned anymore. That's bad.
Yeah, but now it's free to go whatever. So
yeah, but it's not being drawn here, right? So so you have Vivian has saved people and has also watched another person be murdered. This is the second person you've watched.
Murdered another person, actually. This time, like, you actively did the thing.
You actively murdered this person. I hope you're feeling well about it. Well, I mean, she was not the nicest person.
No, and I think that was the whole point of, like, she's not gonna just stop doing this.
No, she's not. She is not. So, why don't you tell us who you are, where we can find you, what you've got going on in your life, and then just give us a thought as we ponder where your amazing Vivian is in this diner late at night.
Yeah. So I'm Jackie Dash, Jackidash. Yes. So you can find me on Monday Fun Days at 6 p.m. No, probably like around 7 p.m. tomorrow Pacific. We're playing through Devil May Cry. Much edge, very aughts. But I like it because it has a narrative on how would demons control us in a modern era. And I really appreciate that. And I like it's got combat, which I enjoy. Nice. Where am I now? I was thinking, as much as she loves to be a reporter, I think she's got enough that she's like, the stories are in the mythos.
Yes,
so
I'm
not gonna say she's becoming she's gonna become a private investigator, but she definitely might do something like that on the side. And I think she might welcome puff pieces.
She might welcome some puff pieces. I'm really sorry about your story being taken by Larry.
I think if she didn't, I do believe she would start getting a target by the mob.
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, but at the moment they're your buddies, right?
Yeah. I don't know if Marty's respect is gone.
No, he still has it because you gave him, you helped him out. Like this is this is the second time you helped him out. So Marty's your buddy. You just now have a mob buddy, which that's
I mean, I probably did tell O'Connell about that. I think 100% honesty, and I don't want to know if I kind of want to leave that for the next story. Yep. Whether they do get married or they're engaged.
I'm excited to find out next time too.
Yeah. Honestly, I think LA would have been good for her, but I think it would have been a temporary. I don't think she would stay.
So the thing is, he's giving you that hard choice of do you want to stay in New York with him and get married?
Which is nice.
Nice. Or do you want to go to Los Angeles? Can you convince him to go with you?
I think he's too much of a city boy. I think this is his place. And I think him leaving the thought would be then that he is giving up.
Yeah. Because this is his mission, right? His mission is to, especially now that he knows that his boss set him up, which is not what happened, but it half happened, but So we're gonna think about what that might mean, and I'm very excited because we can ponder it. I'm very excited.
Yeah, I want to ponder it. I do like the idea.
I like it too.
About Europe. Yeah. Of having to do a honeymoon. I like the idea of O'Connell being looped in. But again, he did almost die. So
he did. I need to talk to Drunkley.
Yeah.
Because I'm just saying. As chat has noted, he could play Joe.
Oh, that would be great.
Just saying.
That'd be wild.
Just saying. They're just possibilities. We'll have to talk to. We'll have to harass him about it. When you were doing Shadow Sky, we can also find you on a podcast.
I'm a podcast, Shattered Sky, where you can find most Shattered Sky podcasts. I play Vivian Sinclair, who
No, you
or
play
no, sorry,
Pashmina.
I play here. I play. Oh my goodness, can I remember the name I'm playing? Yes, Pashmina Myron, um, who is dealing with the fact currently that if you throw expensive things at rich people, they tend to take offense.
Oh,
So some lifestyle changes are on the way.
all right. Well, she's the best. I mean, Pashmina is kind and friendly, and
Generous,
generous.
smart,
Not at all arrogant. Yeah,
talented.
she's the best.
It's just best.
And we can
So,
find this in any places where podcasts are found.
yes. So I personally listen through iTunes
Mhm.
because that's easier to me. But there are so many other places. You can also, I think, if you Google it, Shattered Sky Podcast, it'll come up with a Tumblr and all that.
So that's where we can find you. And I am Tripper SJP.
Yes.
This is me. This is where I'm at. You can find me next week. My regular streams, but for RPGs, you can find me on Friday at 1 p.m. for Aether's Walkway over at Laugh Love Lindy's, and at 7 p.m. Friday on this channel will be the season opener for City of Light and Shadow Season 2 with a brand new cast member and new adventures. And we're going to start, for those of you who are history buffs, June 22nd, 1941. Stuff happens that day.
Stuff might happen. You'll have to find out.
Some big things happening. And that is it. I'm going to take us to credits. I want to, and of course I should just say, at the end of every adventure in Cthulhu Confidential, a player can either get a brand new information skill or put a tick on one of their general skills. And after 3 ticks, you can increase a die. So like if you want to start driving towards more dice on some of your things, you can do that as well.
I love more dice, but I love those information.
Oh yeah, they're so good.
I have to look into it. Yeah. No, it's helpful.
Yes.
Thank you so much for the invitation, and everyone else have a good Sunday.
Take care, everybody. We're gonna go to credits. Bye, everyone.
Bye.